Chapter 1139. Defeating the Yama Crown Prince again at this moment. Zhuowen's aura had unknowingly reached the peak of the Heavenly Master level. At first, Xiao Hei's attention was completely attracted by Zhuowen's breakthrough to the 4th level of the Bedevilment Realm, so he did not notice that Zhuowen's cultivation had also broken through. Now, Zhuowen was close at hand, so he noticed that Zhuowen's aura had increased by a lot. Not only was his demonic aura much stronger, but his martial aura had also become many times more vigorous. Zhuowen scratched his head and smiled. When I broke through to the 4th level of the Bedevilment Realm, I gained some enlightenment and directly broke through the barrier of the advanced Heavenly Master level, reaching the peak of the Heavenly Master level. Hearing this, Xiao Hei's gaze was a little strange. He sighed and said, "You're really abnormal. Not only did you break through 2 levels of the Bedevilment Realm, but your cultivation has also directly reached the peak of the Heavenly Master level. With your current battle strength, I'm afraid you only need 1 move to defeat the Yama Crown Prince." More or less. Zhuowen nodded. Before his breakthrough, he was already able to defeat the Yama Crown Prince. Now that his bedevilment state and cultivation had broken through at the same time, his strength had increased by a lot. The Yama Crown Prince was indeed not his match. Boom! While Zhuowen and Xiao Hei were talking, the demon-sealing green coffin in the sky suddenly came crashing down, causing the ground to shake violently. Soon after, the demon-sealing green coffin landed beside Zhuowen. At this moment, the green surface of the demon-sealing green coffin was covered by the blood-red color. A pungent smell of blood continuously wafted over, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. The aura of the demon-sealing green coffin is getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the blood demon has gained a lot from the blood crystals. Xiao Hei looked at the green coffin covered in blood and said indifferently, "Since you've eaten and drunk your fill, you should repay me." Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he softly muttered and directly carried the blood-colored coffin on his back, after which the blood demon energy contained within slowly flowed into Zhuowen's body at a trickling speed, causing his entire body to feel warm. "Damn it, you!" The blood demon's exasperated voice came from the coffin. However, no matter how much he cursed, Zhuowen simply ignored him. The blood demon also knew that the demon-sealing green coffin was already under Zhuowen's control. Even if he cursed, it would be useless. The main reason why Zhuowen did not carry the demon-sealing green coffin on his back was that the blood demon's power had been greatly depleted in the battle with Emperor Qing. It would not be of much help to Zhuowen's cultivation. Therefore, he placed it in the spiritual ring and left it to fend for itself. However, now that the blood demon had absorbed such a large amount of killing intent from the blood crystal, its aura had increased to a level that even surprised Zhuowen. It was even stronger than when it was first sealed in the demon-sealing green coffin. Naturally, Zhuowen would not let go of such an opportunity to increase its strength. Time to go out. I don't think either Azura Lidi or the Blood Butcher will let you go. Be careful when you go out later. Xiao Hei suddenly said to Zhuowen, cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly Master realm and his bedevilment had reached the 4th level, his strength was definitely above the 1st level of the Emperor realm. He was comparable to a 2nd-level Emperor realm warrior. If he took out the Slaughter Abstinence Violation Blade, he could even kill a 2nd-level Emperor realm warrior. Zhuowen did not care too much about the Blood Butcher. He was mainly concerned about Azura Lidi. Azura Lidi was a 4th-level Emperor realm warrior, a terrifying expert who had already reached the threshold of the middle level of the Emperor realm. Zhuowen did not have the slightest bit of confidence in facing such a warrior. Let's go out first. With that, Zhuowen activated the Azura talisman and turned into a ray of bloodlight, leaving the blood-red space. In the Azura blood arena, Azura Lidi and Yama Crown Prince frowned at the same time. It had already been half a month, and Zhuowen still hadn't come out. Even though the two of them were extremely patient, they were starting to get impatient. Luan Jia stood silently beside Luan He, staring at the Azura blood arena with interest. She had heard about Zhuowen's previous performance from Luan He. He had killed Shui Luozi, entered the strange space tens of thousands of feet underground, and fought against Yama Crown Prince, who had the Azura battle halberd. Moreover, he had defeated Yama Crown Prince. Even Luan Jia felt a little incredulous about this series of actions. Of course, she was more curious about the identity of the black-faced youth. Where did he come from? Despite his young age, he possessed such powerful strength. He was definitely not a nameless person. Whoosh! Just as Luan Jia was lost in thought, a ray of blood light shot up to the sky. Then a tall and straight figure appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The bloody butcher stared at the figure and stomped his foot. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he rushed towards the figure without saying a word. A terrifying emperor's aura spread out from the bloody butcher's body, causing heaven and earth to change color. The figure that appeared from the blood light was naturally Zhuowen. When he felt the bloody butcher's murderous intent lock onto him, his eyes flashed with a deep chill. He silently mobilized the Yuan power in his body to guard against the bloody butcher's sneak attack. However, the moment the bloody butcher was about to approach Zhuowen, he was blocked by a terrifying force. Taking a few steps back, the bloody butcher frowned at Azura Lidi and said, "Island Master, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to protect this boy?" Azura Lidi shook his head and said, "I have some things to ask this boy. It won't be too late for you to act after I'm done." The bloody butcher's face froze, but because of Azura Lidi's reputation, he could only nod slightly and retract the Emperor's aura in his body. However, his eyes were still fixed on Zhuowen, as if he was going to devour him at any time. Zhuowen calmly glanced at the bloody butcher. He was not surprised that the bloody butcher would do such a thing. After all, he had killed the bloody butcher's son, Shui Luozi. The conflict between the two had reached an irreconcilable point. However, what surprised him was that Azura Lidi was so calm and even said that he had something to ask him. Facing a terrifying existence like Azura Lidi, Zhuowen was naturally on high alert. "It's not bad that you were able to defeat Yama. Now, you have two choices in front of you. One is to hand over the blood crystal source and become Yama's servant. Only then will you have a chance to live." Azura Lidi said indifferently. On the other hand, the blood butcher frowned. Azura Lidi's words were clearly giving Zhuowen a way out. If Zhuowen really agreed to become the Yama Crown Prince's servant, then the blood butcher would still be unable to touch Zhuowen. What about the second choice? Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Azura Lidi smiled and said, "The second choice is naturally to die. I know you're a smart person, so you should know what to choose. I'm sorry, but you want me to become the servant of someone I defeated. Do you think that's possible?" Zhuowen pointed at Yama Crown Prince and said indifferently, "What did you say?" As soon as these words were spoken, veins popped out on the forehead of the Yama Crown Prince as he glared at Zhuowen. This guy was too detestable. He actually dared to proclaim that he was defeated in front of so many people. "Isn't it a fact that you were defeated by me?" Zhuowen suddenly said indifferently. Yama Crown Prince's eyelids twitched when he heard these words. He could only remain silent. The fact was that he was defeated by Zhuowen. It was not inappropriate for Zhuowen to say that he was defeated by him. However, it was definitely a slap to Yama Crown Prince's face when Zhuowen mentioned this matter in front of him. You only defeated me with the help of the immortal energy formed by the fusion of mental strength and Yuan Li. Do you think that's something to be proud of? Yama Crown Prince said coldly. Since Yama Crown Prince is not convinced, then let's fight again. This time, I won't use my immortal energy. Zhuowen shifted his gaze towards Yama Crown Prince and said indifferently, You're the one who said it. Yama Crown Prince's eyes brightened. Stomping his foot, a terrifying aura gushed out. After that, the Azura war halberd appeared in his hands. A towering aura gushed out like a tsunami, causing Yama Crown Prince to look like a god descending to the mortal world. Kill. After saying that, Yama Crown Prince shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards Zhuowen. Azura World Annihilation / Without using immortal energy, I'd like to see how you can block this attack of mine. The terrifying halberd carried with it an apocalyptic might as it came crashing down from the sky. At the same time, the arrogant voice of Yama Crown Prince reverberated through the air. Azura Lidi watched everything silently. Previously, Yama Crown Prince had already recounted the battle between him and Zhuowen. Indeed, the reason why Zhuowen was able to defeat Yama Crown Prince was because of his powerful immortal energy. Now, this brat was actually so arrogant that he dared to fight Yama Crown Prince without using his immortal energy. In Azura Lidi's opinion, this brat was courting death. Bloody Butcher, Luan He, and Luan Jia watched everything indifferently. Towards Zhuowen's arrogance of not using his immortal energy, the three of them sneered coldly. Zhuowen silently watched the halberd of Armageddon descending from the sky. Then, his eyes gradually turned blood red, and his hair was dyed blood red. His blood-red hair continued to grow until it reached his waist. At this moment, Zhuowen directly used the strength of a second-stage bedevilment. Then, with his strength of a peak heavenly master, he unleashed the annihilation. At this moment, the power of the annihilation that Zhuowen unleashed was many times more terrifying than half a month ago. Countless bloody phantoms came crashing down like the sky, enveloping Yama Crown Prince. Annihilation. Destroy all obstacles. An indifferent voice slowly rang out. Zhuowen held the seven murderous saber and slashed out with his right hand. A terrifying blood-red saber shadow soared into the sky and slammed heavily on the annihilation halberd. Then a terrifying explosion rang out. Break! An indifferent voice reverberated from the explosion. Then the Azura halberd flew out and stabbed into the ground not far from Azura Lidi. Bang! Then a figure fell from the explosion. Azura Lidi's eyes narrowed. This figure was none other than Yama Crown Prince. Boom! Yama Crown Prince fell heavily on the ground. Then Zhuowen, holding the seven murderous saber, landed in front of Yama Crown Prince. His right foot stomped on Yama Crown Prince's chest. Yama Crown Prince, who was struggling to get up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Zhuowen stomped him to the ground again. Chapter 1140. Caught up seeing Zhu when trample Yama Crown Prince. Not only Azura, even Blood Butcher, Luan He, and Luan Jia were stunned. Yama Crown Prince had been defeated just like that, and in one move. Bastard, you have also reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. At this moment, the Yama Crown Prince, who was being trampled by Zhuowen, felt humiliated. At the same time, he realized that Zhuowen's aura was similar to his. They were both at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Originally, Zhuowen was a late-stage Empyrean, and he wasn't much weaker than the Yama Crown Prince. If the Yama Crown Prince didn't possess an Empyrean artifact, Zhuowen wouldn't have feared him. Now that Zhuowen's cultivation base had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm, His combat strength was several times stronger than before. It was no wonder that the Yama Crown Prince lost to him. Boom! As soon as the Yama Crown Prince finished speaking, a terrifying emperor's aura came crushing down on Zhuowen's body. The latter's expression changed slightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His cold gaze fell on Lady Shura. This emperor's aura was emitted by Lady Shura. "You are very bold. How dare you trample on the Yama Crown Prince in front of me? Do you want to die?" Lady Shura stared coldly at Zhuowen and said word by word, "Clearly, this loser wanted to compete with me, but he couldn't even take one move from me. Now that the young one can't beat me, you want the old one to come?" Zhuowen sneered. The Yama Crown Prince got up from the ground and came to Lady Shura's side. He stared viciously at Zhuowen. "I will give you one last chance. Hand over the source of the blood crystal and become the Yama Crown Prince's servant." Lady Shura said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and sneered. "Is the Blood Shura manner always so overbearing, bullying the weak and taking things by force? What's the difference between this and bandits?" Lady Shura sneered and said, "You are really naive. This is a Jura island. The strong can get everything they want, while the weak can only be exploited by the strong. You are not as strong as me. Isn't it normal for you to be exploited by me?" Hearing Lady Shura's words, Zhuowen's face became gloomy. Lady Shura's logic was that the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. Zhuowen knew that trying to reason in front of such a person was like playing a lute to a cow. "Bloody butcher, don't you want to avenge your son's death? This is a good opportunity. However, after killing this kid, the blood crystal source will belong to my Azura blood manor. I can give you everything else." Azura, standing Azura, suddenly grinned at Blood Butcher, who was not far away, looking at Lady Shura's appearance. The bloody butcher cursed in his heart. Lady Shura was using him as a tool, but he had no choice but to do as he was told. Azura Li Di's strength aside. Even if Azura Li Di didn't mention the fact that Zhuowen had killed Blood Luozi, the bloody butcher would have personally killed Zhuowen, the scourge in his heart. Thinking of this, the trace of dissatisfaction in the bloody butcher's heart gradually faded. Instead, it was filled with dense killing intent. He would never let go of the enemy who killed his son. "Thank you, Island Master, for giving me this opportunity." Nodding to Lady Shura, the bloody butcher stared at Zhuowen with his scarlet eyes and said with a sinister smile, "A vicious little bastard like you should be put to death. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Hearing the bloody butcher's hypocritical words, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. However, he also knew that this was an excuse for the bloody butcher to kill him. His eyes were extremely vigilant, ready to guard against the bloody butcher at any time. Boom! As soon as the bloody butcher's voice faded, he acted without the slightest hesitation. A terrifying emperor's aura burst out, crushing Zhuowen's body like a towering mountain. At the same time, the bloody butcher took a step forward and appeared above Zhuowen like a ghost. Third-level bedevilment. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the power of the third-level bedevilment, the terrifying power of the demonic slaughter path attached to his body, and rushed away from the bloody butcher's emperor's aura. 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. With a step, he turned into a thunderbolt and quickly retreated. Boom! The moment Zhuowen flew away, the bloody butcher's attack arrived as expected, blasting on the ground where Zhuowen had been standing. Immediately, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the space he had been standing in collapsed inch by inch, shattering like glass. What a terrifying attack! Looking at this scene, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. The bloody butcher was indeed a second-level Emperor Realm expert. His strength was much stronger than a first-level emperor. Moreover, Zhuowen suspected that the Bloody Butcher was not far from the third-level emperor realm. Kiki, you're pretty quick to escape. However, how long can you run? The Bloody Butcher grinned, his eyes filled with ridicule. Although Zhuowen's domineering victory over the Yama Crown Prince was enough to shock him, his strength was not comparable to the Yama Crown Prince. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for the second-level Emperor Realm expert. Old dog, chase after me if you can. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he took a step forward. Under the Blood Butcher's stunned gaze, he immediately turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. Hearing Zhuowen's insult, coupled with Zhuowen's decisive escape, the Bloody Butcher instantly fell into a state of paralysis. Of course, this state only lasted for a moment before it was drowned out by the Bloody Butcher's angry roar. You little bastard! How dare you insult me like this? When I catch you, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in this world. I'll make you beg for death. With a roar, the Bloody Butcher took a step forward and chased after Zhuowen. When Zhuowen and the Bloody Butcher escaped from the Azura Bloody Arena, Azura Lidi and the Yama Crown Prince followed silently. Azura Lidi did not make a move, or rather, he did not even bother to make a move. He was a mid-level Emperor Realm expert. If he made a move against Zhuowen, who was at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm, he would be overestimating the latter. Moreover, it would also damage his reputation. Therefore, he decided to let the Bloody Butcher kill Zhuowen. President, should we follow them and take a look? Luanjia's eyes flickered as she asked Luan, hey, let's go. Let's go and take a look. Since the black-faced young man could defeat the Yama Crown Prince so easily, it won't be easy for the Bloody Butcher to take him down. Luan Hei's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. With a flick of his sleeve, he led Luanjia and followed closely behind Azura Lidi. Swoosh, swoosh. An ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air resounded throughout the entire Azura city. Soon after, countless warriors in Azura City saw a shocking scene. In the sky above Azura City, the Bloody Butcher of the Splattering Blood Gang was chasing a black-faced young man. Behind him were Azura Blood Manor's Azura Lidi, the Yama Crown Prince, as well as Luan Hei and Luanjia of the Jianing Auction House. These 5 people were all important figures in Azura City. At this moment, all of them were chasing a single person? Who is that black-faced young man? He actually attracted the attention of the 3 magnates of our Azura City. Let's go and take a look. Whispers erupted throughout Azura City. Then, many warriors felt an itch in their hearts. One by one, they used their movement techniques and followed behind Azura Lidi and the others. For a moment, the sky above Azura City was densely packed with people. These people were like a swarm of locusts. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Little bastard, you can't escape. You'd better stop and obediently wait for your death. Bloody Butcher's loud voice resounded. Then, his right hand pressed down on the void. Terrifying origin energy gathered into a mountain-like palm and pressed down on Zhuowen. He wanted to kill him completely. Feeling the terrifying wind behind him, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He stomped his feet, and his speed increased by a few notches. He narrowly avoided Bloody Butcher's attack. You really won't leave me alone. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the Bloody Butcher, who was hot on his heels. At this moment, Bloody Butcher narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "It seems like I have to get serious." As he spoke, Bloody Butcher's hands quickly formed a seal. Then his right hand patted the void. Suddenly, a blood-red wall appeared 10 meters away from Zhuowen. Slash! Zhuowen also saw the wall in front of him. He slashed out with the 7 kills blade in his right hand and heavily hacked at the blood-red wall. Immediately, Zhuowen retreated 10 steps. His right hand that was holding the blade trembled violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open, and traces of cherry-red blood flowed out. Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen retreated, a sound broke through the air. It caused Zhuowen's expression to change greatly. Immediately, the blade in his right hand changed direction and slashed behind him. Boom! Zhuowen only felt a huge force coming from the 7 kills blade. He groaned and retreated another 10 steps. His gaze was somewhat gloomy as he stared at Bloody Butcher in front of him. Let's see where you can run to now. Bloody Butcher quietly stood opposite Zhuowen with his arms crossed. He stared at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze and a cold smile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment Bloody Butcher and Zhuowen stopped and confronted each other, Azura, Lidi, Yama Crown Prince, and the numerous warriors from Azura City also consciously stopped 100 meters away. They silently watched the confrontation between Zhuowen and Bloody Butcher. This kid is really unlucky. He actually provoked Bloody Butcher. It seems that his fate will be extremely miserable later. I know this kid. He is also a participant in the island origin battle. At that time, this guy killed Bloody Butcher's personal disciple, Shui Luozi, with a single slash. He has formed an irreconcilable hatred with Bloody Butcher. Now that he has been forced into such a situation, I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him. When the warriors from Azura City stopped 100 meters away, they began to discuss spiritedly. There was a slight uproar, one after another. Among them, many warriors recognized Zhuowen's identity. After all, the death of Shui Luozi in the Azura Blood Arena could be said to be a sensational event. Many people had a deep impression of Zhuowen. Of course, the reason why Zhuowen's reputation had spread far and wide was because the Yama Crown Prince had also been defeated by him. Hence, when everyone mentioned Zhuowen, quite a number of people's gazes turned strangely to the Yama Crown Prince, who was a short distance away. Chapter 1141. The Blood Butcher. Zhuowen slowly turned around, his cold eyes focused on the Blood Butcher. At this moment, the latter also felt the cold light in Zhuowen's eyes. He raised his chin slightly and said, arrogantly, I think it's better for you to obediently surrender. I think you know better than me how big the gap between us is. Zhuowen indifferently glanced at the Blood Butcher and said coldly, I don't know how big the gap between us is. As he spoke, Zhuowen slashed the 7 slaughter blade in his right hand. A huge crescent-shaped blade light slashed out horizontally, cutting across the sky and sweeping towards the Blood Butcher. Boom! The Blood Butcher stretched out his right hand, and suddenly 9 blood-red stars appeared around his body, forming an impenetrable defense. The crescent-shaped blade light slammed into the star defense, but it was unable to pass through the star defense. It was as if time had stopped, and it stopped outside the star defense. It seems like you really don't know what's good for you. A mere firefly dares to compete with the sun and the moon. The Blood Butcher coldly snorted, and the 9 stars around him began to rotate. The surging star power burst out, and the crescent-shaped blade light was directly annihilated. Is this guy crazy? He actually wants to fight with the Blood Butcher? Seeing that Zhuowen actually dared to use a move to attack the Blood Butcher, many of the warriors behind were stunned. Many of them even looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. If you haven't tried, how do you know that I'm a firefly and you're the sun and the moon? Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest hint of nervousness or anxiety. You'll find out soon enough. The Blood Butcher coldly snorted, and his feet stepped on the void. He rushed forward and arrived in front of Zhuowen. He stretched out his skinny hand and grabbed at Zhuowen's vitals. At the same time, the 9 stars around him smashed down, blocking all of Zhuowen's escape routes. 4th stage of bedevilment. Zhuowen shouted in a low voice. His blood hair grew to the soles of his feet. Terrifying, murderous, demonic chi erupted, forming a terrifying blood cloud in the sky. Boom! Zhuowen slashed out with his saber, and the slaughtering demonic chi exploded in the void, forming thousands of blood-colored saber shadows. It was like a heavenly moat that stretched across the sky. The 9 stars that were originally coming from 9 directions were actually blasted apart by the terrifying saber shadows. Slash! After blowing away the 9 stars, Zhuowen's 7 kill blades slashed down, heavily slamming into the Blood Butcher's right hand. After that, a muffled explosion sounded out. Next, the Blood Butcher felt an extremely terrifying power coming from his right hand. With a muffled grunt, he was forced back dozens of steps. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping echoed throughout the entire space. Following the source of the sound, everyone's gazes finally landed on the Bloody Butcher's body. At this moment, the Bloody Butcher's right palm was actually dripping with fresh blood. The slightly ear-piercing dripping sound was extremely ear-piercing in this space. The Bloody Butcher was actually injured in the confrontation. Just now, looking at this scene, many people behind revealed a look of disbelief. The 2nd stage Emperor Realm Blood Butcher clashed with a peak Heavenly Master Warrior and was actually injured. Many people thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. This guy's strength has increased again. Feeling Zhuowen's aura skyrocketing again, the Yama Crown Prince's heart trembled slightly. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his mouth was slightly open, not knowing what to say. Azura Lidi was also a little moved, but he was much calmer than the Yama Crown Prince. Although Zhuowen's strength was indeed strong, the Blood Butcher had not used his true strength yet. After all, the Blood Butcher's life Emperor weapon had not been used yet. The Bloody Butcher was also stunned, but after the shock, he was enraged. He had been injured by a junior at the peak of the Celestial Master level. Although it was only a superficial wound, it was still a humiliation for a powerhouse like him. It seems that I have indeed underestimated you. However, if you think that you are very powerful after injuring me, then you are gravely mistaken. I will show you the true strength of a 2nd stage Emperor. The Bloody Butcher suddenly calmed down, but his gaze on Zhuowen became even colder. He gently squeezed his right hand, and a bloody light burst out. It circled around the Bloody Butcher's right hand, forming a bloody wheel. The surface of this blood wheel was engraved with countless small blood skeletons. What was even more strange was that these blood skeletons were actually squirming, looking extremely disgusting. My Life Emperor weapon, the skeletal blood wheel. I think it should be an honor for you to die under this skeletal blood wheel and become one of these skeletons. The Bloody Butcher's right hand gently stroked the countless small skeletons on the surface of the blood wheel and said sinisterly, "The Bloody Butcher was forced to use the skeletal blood wheel. It seems that this kid is really doomed." The skeletal blood wheel is an extremely evil Emperor weapon that the Bloody Butcher refined by slaughtering tens of thousands of newborn babies. It is said that the more people this Emperor weapon kills, the stronger it becomes. It may even transform into a mid-level Emperor weapon. At the back, many people looked at the skeletal blood wheel in the Bloody Butcher's hand, and their eyes were filled with fear and dread. The Bloody Butcher's nickname was not groundless. Hundreds of thousands of people had died in his hands, if not millions. It could be said that his hands were stained with blood. The Bloody Butcher really does have a Life Emperor weapon. Looking at the skeletal blood wheel in the Bloody Butcher's hand, Zhuowen smelled an extremely dangerous scent. A life Emperor weapon was very different from an ordinary Emperor weapon. It was something that relied on the accumulation of time in the Emperor realm cultivator's body, allowing the Emperor weapon to become extremely compatible with the cultivator's strength. A Emperor realm cultivator could unleash 100% of the power of a life Emperor weapon. However, Ziyang and the Carefree Sword did not have such a relationship. Although Ziyang had refined the Carefree Sword, he could only unleash about 70 to 80% of its power. It was not as compatible as a life Emperor weapon. However, if Ziyang could accumulate the power of the Carefree Sword over a long period of time, then the Carefree Sword would one day transform into his life Emperor weapon. Therefore, when he heard that the Bloody Butcher had taken out a life Emperor weapon, Zhuowen's heart sank to the bottom, and his eyes became extremely gloomy. "Now, you'd better die." After taking out the skeletal blood wheel, the Bloody Butcher did not hesitate at all. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly appeared above Zhuowen. With a wave of his right hand, the skeletal blood wheel carried a pungent smell of blood as it swept towards Zhuowen. Feeling the pungent smell of blood, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He swung his 7 kills saber and slashed at the skeletal blood wheel. The moment the 7 kills saber landed on the skeletal blood wheel, Zhuowen felt that something was wrong. He saw that the blood-red skeletons on the surface of the skeletal blood wheel were densely packed as they swept towards Zhuowen's face. Damn it! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He changed his saber stance, and the demonic slaughter chi turned into a blood-red barrier in front of Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen continuously retreated. "You can't retreat." The Bloody Butcher's eerie laughter rang in Zhuowen's ears. Then more and more blood-red skeletons poured out, instantly drowning Zhuowen's figure. "Hee, you overestimate yourself. You actually dare to challenge me." Looking at the figures swallowed by the blood-red skeletons, the Bloody Butcher's mouth was full of mockery. However, his laughter did not last long as a terrifying explosion rang out. "Annihilation! Destroy everything!" The deafening explosion was mixed with a clear voice. Then, the Bloody Butcher was shocked to find that the blood-red skeletons that surrounded Zhuowen had been annihilated. Then, Zhuowen stepped out and charged towards the Bloody Butcher. Slash! At this moment, the saber in Zhuowen's hand was no longer the 7 kills saber, but the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. He knew that if he did not use the Emperor weapon, he would not be able to defeat the Bloody Butcher, who had a Destiny Emperor weapon. The Bloody Butcher also noticed that the saber in Zhuowen's hand had changed. However, he did not care. After all, Zhuowen had deliberately concealed the aura of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. The Bloody Butcher did not even notice it. "Looks like you have some skills. However, you're still too inexperienced to slay me." The Bloody Butcher sneered. He held the skeletal blood wheel in his hand and charged forward, not to be outdone. The pungent smell of blood gushed out again, making people feel nauseous. "If I say slash, then I will slash," Zhuowen said indifferently. He slightly bent his wrist and waved the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Suddenly, a huge saber shadow that could shatter the sky descended from the void. It was wrapped in a heavenly aura and rumbled towards the Bloody Butcher. Slaughtering abstinence violation saber technique's first move, annihilation. This time, Zhuowen used the real slaughtering oath-breaking blade. He used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique's slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. In an instant, the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique's power was pushed to the extreme. Even the Bloody Butcher felt a trace of fear. This brat's saber aura seems to be even stronger than before. Is it just my imagination? Although he was extremely confused, the Bloody Butcher did not hesitate to attack. He still rushed towards the sky. Boom! When the Bloody Butcher held the skeletal blood wheel high in the sky, the huge saber shadow that stretched across the sky suddenly fell and slashed the skeletal blood wheel in the Bloody Butcher's hand. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Then, the Bloody Butcher's pupils shrank. He discovered that there were traces of cracks on the surface of the skeletal blood wheel in his hand. Moreover, these cracks were spreading at an exponential rate. Finally, they covered the entire surface of the skeletal blood wheel. Boom! In the end, the skeletal blood wheel turned into blood-colored powder. The huge saber shadow carried an indomitable force and pierced through the Bloody Butcher's forehead. Then, the Bloody Butcher stopped in midair as if time had stopped. After about 5 breaths, the Bloody Butcher roared towards the sky. Then, a line of blood began to appear between his eyebrows. This line of blood began to spread from his forehead to his feet. With a poochie sound, the Bloody Butcher's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Drip, drip. Chapter 1142. Exposed regardless of whether it was the gathered cultivators or Azura, Li Di, and the Yama Crown Prince, everyone fell into a tacit silence. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Everyone stared at the Blood Butcher, who had already turned into a rain of blood. The sluggish look in their eyes was replaced by a look of disbelief. The second-level Emperor Realm Bloody Butcher's Life Emperor weapon, the skeletal blood wheel, had been shattered. Even his body had perished. The one who had caused all this was a peak, heavenly venerate youth. It can actually shatter the Bloody Butcher's skeletal blood wheel. What exactly is that bloody blade in his hand? The Yama Crown Prince felt his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. He had never thought that the Bloody Butcher would be defeated by Zhuowen. In his opinion, the possibility of that happening was minuscule. But now, that minuscule possibility had become reality. It struck the Yama Crown Prince's heart hard. That bloody blade is also an Emperor weapon. Moreover, it might be a high-grade one. Azura Lidi was silent for a moment. He took a deep breath and slowly uttered those words. His eyes suddenly burned with passion. Azura Lidi's cultivation was at the intermediate-level Emperor realm. Naturally, he had a good understanding of intermediate-level Emperor weapons. Although an intermediate-level Emperor weapon could suppress a low-grade Emperor weapon, it was impossible for it to shatter a low-grade Emperor weapon. Only a high-grade Emperor weapon could achieve such power. Moreover, Zhuowen was only at the peak, heavenly venerate level. The bloody blade in his hand could shatter a low-grade Emperor weapon. Azura Lidi could not think of any other weapon besides a high-grade Emperor weapon that could possess such terrifying power. Just as Azura Lidi had guessed, the exterminating, oath-breaking blade in Zhuowen's hand was indeed a high-grade Emperor weapon. In addition, Zhuowen had used the exterminating life from the exterminating oath-breaking blade technique, which was compatible with the exterminating oath-breaking blade. In one fell swoop, the exterminating oath-breaking blade's power had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even though Zhuowen couldn't unleash the full power of the Massacre Abstinence Violation Blade because he wasn't in the Emperor realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a second-level Emperor realm expert with just a portion of its power. At this time, Zhuowen was gasping for breath, his face as pale as snow. Using the Slaughter Abstinence Violation Saber to use breaking life consumed an enormous amount of energy. For a peak Empyrean like Zhuowen, this was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, Zhuowen's physique was extraordinary, and he wasn't exhausted because of this. Instead, he quickly absorbed the blood demon's energy from the blood coffin on his back and began to replenish the abundant origin power in his body, causing Zhuowen's complexion to look much better. What? It's actually a high-grade Emperor artifact. How could a mere peak Empyrean possess such a powerful Emperor artifact? Azura Lidi did not deliberately lower his voice. The surrounding warriors were all people with extraordinary cultivation. Naturally, they could hear Azura Lidi's words clearly. Uproar, clamor, and discussion filled the entire area. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhuowen, their eyes emitting a greedy light. A high-grade Emperor artifact had never appeared in the entirety of Azura Island. The highest grade was a medium-grade Emperor artifact. From this, it could be seen just how shocking it was for the martial artists of Azura Island to hear that a peak Empyrean martial artist possessed a high-grade Emperor artifact. It's actually a high-grade Emperor artifact. Where did this guy come from? A mere peak Empyrean possesses such a powerful Emperor artifact. Doesn't he know that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin? Luan Jia couldn't help but mutter as she watched this scene. Ha ha! It's mainly because the Blood Butcher gave him too much pressure, so he had no choice but to use his strongest trump card. Luan He replied with a chuckle, but his eyes were also filled with a rich greed. A high-grade Emperor artifact. Even a high-level Empyrean warrior would be interested in such an Emperor artifact, not to mention Luan He, who was only a second-level Empyrean. However, Luan He did not intend to be the first to stand out. The scene of Zhuowen killing the Blood Butcher was still vivid in his mind. His strength was about the same as the Blood Butcher's. If he fought Zhuowen alone, he would undoubtedly be courting death. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was extremely strange. No one moved. They were all staring intently at Zhuowen. Let's attack together. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This kid is only one person, but there are hundreds and thousands of us. If we join forces, this kid will die without a doubt. If we can obtain a high-grade Emperor artifact, we will definitely soar to the sky and soar. Let's kill this kid. A loud shout erupted from the crowd. Then, the warriors of Azura City, who had gathered behind Azura Lidi, flew out like locusts. Everyone stared greedily at Zhuowen. At this moment, it was as if Zhuowen had become delicious food in their eyes. However, Azura Lidi, Yama Crown Prince, Luan He, and Luan Jia did not move. Originally, Yama Crown Prince had planned to attack Zhuowen together with the others, but he was stopped by Azura Lidi. Father? Yama Crown Prince looked at Azura Lidi in confusion and asked, "There are so many cannon fodder. Why do you want to join in the fun? It won't be too late for us to go after these people have exhausted most of this kid," Azura Lidi said indifferently. A look of understanding appeared in the eyes of the Yama Crown Prince when he heard this. His footsteps also stopped, looking at the many warriors flying towards him. Zhuowen's eyes shone with a deep, cold light. He snorted coldly and muttered in a low voice, "Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish." What an arrogant kid. So what if you have a high-grade Emperor weapon? You are at most one person, but we have hundreds and thousands of people. Do you think you can escape from our encirclement? Among these people, the leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister look. His cultivation was also at the peak of the heavenly master realm. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a little white mouse that could be surrounded at any time. However, just as the man finished speaking, a blade light swept over. Then, without a sound, the man exploded into a cloud of blood mist. "Since you all want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhuowen's gaze was as cold as a demon's, and the blood-red color in his eyes appeared very demonic. Not only did he not run away, but he also threw himself into the crowd. Then he swung his right wrist with his left foot as the center, and with his right foot as the center, he spun 360 degrees in the air. Terrifying blood-red saber chi spread out, forming a blood-red circular airwave. Puchi! In an instant, the martial artists closest to him exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the power of the blood-red blade Qi. After killing the martial artists closest to him, Zhuowen took a step forward, and 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. His body moved with the blade, as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura. After dodging the joint attack of the numerous warriors, Zhuowen waved his right hand. The blood-red saber aura was extremely dense. It stretched across the entire sky, forming a gigantic saber shadow that was several hundred feet long. As the saber shadow came crashing down, none of the nearly 100 warriors were spared. They were all killed by the might of the saber shadow. The massacre continued. Zhuowen, who was holding the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, was extremely powerful. He was almost comparable to a third heaven emperor. However, the slaughtering oath-breaking blade consumed a lot of his energy. If not for the support of the blood demon in the blood coffin, Zhuowen would not be able to use the slaughtering oath-breaking blade's power more than a few times. Even so, Zhuowen's face became paler and paler. His right hand that was holding the blade trembled violently, as if he was about to lose all his strength. At this moment, there were about 2/3 of the martial artists that surrounded Zhuowen. There were about 700 to 800 of them. These remaining martial artists were all shocked by Zhuowen's power. In just a few breaths, 1/3 of the martial artists had been killed. This speed was too fast. Thinking of this, many of the martial artists began to retreat. They were beginning to feel afraid. Zhuowen, who was holding an emperor weapon, had displayed terrifying strength. A high-grade emperor weapon consumes a lot of energy. Everyone, don't be fooled by his appearance. This kid's cultivation is only at the peak heavenly master realm. He won't be able to hold on for long. He should be an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, let's attack together. Just as many of the martial artists were about to retreat, one of them suddenly shouted. His words caused the eyes of the martial artists who were about to retreat to light up. Kill. After being encouraged by this voice, the remaining martial artists no longer retreated. Instead, they surrounded Zhuowen once again with bloodshot eyes. The temptation of a high-grade emperor weapon had finally defeated the rationality in their hearts. At this moment, they attacked Zhuowen without any regard for their lives. Looking at the martial artists who were charging at him with no regard for their lives, the cold light in Zhuowen's eyes intensified. He hooked his right wrist and slashed out with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. Slaughtering destruction. A terrifying, murderous aura soared into the sky, almost piercing through the sky. Then, a huge blade shadow that spanned across the horizon tore through space and fell down. Ah! Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded incessantly under the terrifying saber shadows created by the Annihilation Saber. The warriors who had rushed forward had all exploded into a bloody mist. They were all dead. Only a dozen people had survived. Run! This lad is too terrifying. After seeing 700 to 800 people being killed in an instant with their own eyes, the remaining dozen people trembled all over. Their faces turned pale, and endless regret rose in their hearts. This black-faced youth was too terrifying. He had actually slaughtered 2/3 of their remaining martial artists in one move. Can you escape? Since all of you want to kill me, you naturally have to be prepared to die. After using the slaughtering destruction again, Zhuowen's face turned even paler. Seeing that the remaining dozen people were about to escape, a cold light erupted from his eyes. He slashed out with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade again. A blood-red blade, Qi, swept across the sky and pierced through the bodies of the dozen people. Puchi, without exception, those 10+ people didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they directly exploded into a bloody mist, and they couldn't be any more dead. At this point, the almost 1,000 cultivators that had besieged Zhuowen had all fallen under Zhuowen's blade. Chapter 1143. Capture Few. Zhuo let out a long breath as his face turned slightly pale. Today, he had used the Massacre Abstinence Violation Saber technique to execute the Life-Cleaving Saber technique twice. Even he was shocked by the terrifying amount of essence force consumed. If it wasn't for the Blood Demon's support, Zhuo would have collapsed on the ground. However, Zhuo didn't dare to relax. He stared at Azura, standing Azura, cautiously. Azura, standing Azura's eyes were filled with murderous intent and locked onto Zhuo. Zhuo didn't dare to move at all. Clap, clap, clap. Azura, standing Azura, suddenly clapped his hands. His black and red eyes stared coldly at Zhuo. He said, "Not bad. What is the name of the Blood Saber Emperor weapon in your hand?" It is indeed a high-grade Emperor weapon to be able to unleash such terrifying power. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Slaughtering Oath-Breaking Saber." Slaughtering Oath-Breaking Saber? What a good name. However, this item will be mine. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the source of the blood crystal and this slaughtering abstinence violation blade. Also, cripple your own cultivation. Kneel down and apologize to Yama. Then I will spare your life, Azura Lidi said with a faint smile. Spare my life? Zhuo suddenly sneered. This Azura's words were even better than singing. If Zhuo really crippled his own cultivation when the time came, he would probably end up in an even more miserable state. What? You still want to resist? Although you have the slaughtering oath-breaking saber and have the strength to kill a second heaven emperor, how much Yuan energy can you unleash from a high-grade emperor weapon with your peak, heavenly venerable Yuan energy? You are now an arrow at the end of its flight. Azura, standing Azura, crossed his arms and said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. Azura, standing Azura was right. The slaughtering oath-breaking saber was a high-grade emperor weapon, a powerful weapon made for high-grade emperors. Even activating it once required a terrifying amount of Yuan energy. Although Zhuo was a peak celestial venerable, his strength was terrifying, but a celestial venerable was still a celestial venerable. The amount of Yuan Qi in his body couldn't compare to a great emperor, let alone a great emperor. Even if the slaughtering oath-breaking saber was an ordinary emperor weapon, it wouldn't take more than a tenth of Life Emperor's oath-breaking saber. The slaughtering saber's Yuan energy was an ordinary emperor weapon. But the slaughtering oath-breaking saber was an ordinary killing oath-breaking saber, was oath-breaking death's breaking saber. The consumption of life obliteration was even more frightening. It could consume more than 2/3 of the essence force in Zhuo Wen's body. If it wasn't for the support of the blood demon, Zhuo Wen wouldn't have been able to use life obliteration twice. Even so, Zhuo Wen was already at the end of his flight. He probably couldn't even unleash an ordinary attack from the slaughtering oath-breaking saber-breaking saber. Looks like you don't intend to hand it over. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Azura, standing Azura's indifferent voice rang out again. He stared coldly at Zhuo. Then he took a step forward and appeared above Zhuo as if he had teleported. He pressed his hand down and terrifying Yuan energy and Emperor's aura came crashing down like countless mountains. Zhuo felt his body sink. He had no choice but to raise the slaughtering oath-breaking saber-breaking saber in his right hand. Blood-red saber chi surged and formed a blood-red bridge in the sky. You're at the end of your flight, and you still want to struggle? Break. Standing Shura's eyes were as cold as snow. His right hand seemed to be able to pluck stars and seize the moon. He descended from the sky and grabbed the blood-colored bridge in the sky. Then he suddenly squeezed. A powerful force exploded, and the blood-colored bridge collapsed. Ugh! Zhuo spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. He took a step back and retreated dozens of steps. He stared coldly at Azura standing Azura, standing Azura, standing Azura, standing Azura. Don't make such a pointless struggle. The gap between us is too big. It's useless even if you have a high-grade Emperor weapon. Moreover, your Yuan energy is almost exhausted. How are you going to fight me? Azura, standing Azura, said indifferently. Blood demon. You gained a lot of benefits in that space. How did you become a dead man? I don't believe that you only have this little strength. Zhuo Wen clenched his teeth. His right hand suddenly slapped the blood coffin on his back. Soon after, the blood demon's sharp cry rang out. The content of his words was naturally cursing Zhuo Wen. However, no matter how much he cursed Zhuo Wen, it was useless. Zhuo Wen simply did not pay any attention to him. Boom! Blood-red energy poured into Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen's body, which originally felt weak, was now full of vitality. Oh, this guy, Azura, standing Azura, also felt Zhuo Wen's aura skyrocketing. He couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't care too much. With his strength at the Fourth Heaven Emperor realm, even if Zhuo Wen recovered his peak strength and used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, Zhuo Wen would still be no match for him. Kill! Zhuo Wen took a step forward, and a powerful force erupted. The surrounding space trembled for a while. Then, Zhuo Wen rushed out like a terrifying blood shadow. He took the initiative to attack Azura, standing Azura. This guy is courting death. The nearby Yama Crown Prince had a cold smile on his face as he watched Zhuo Wen take the initiative to attack. His eyes were filled with mockery. Azura, narrowed his eyes and snorted. A terrifying emperor aura gushed out. Then 9 huge stars descended from the sky. Azura's natal stars were quite strange. Just like his pupils, they contained alternating black and red colors. 9-star Azura, standing Azura, formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 9 alternating black and red stars arranged themselves in a strange trajectory and formed a huge blood shadow that was almost 100 feet tall. As soon as the blood shadow formed, a mountain-like palm descended from the sky and pressed down on Zhuo Wen's head. It was going to crush him completely. Zhuo Wen let out a low cry. With a twist of his waist, his entire body began to spin. His right hand gripped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. Like a blood-colored storm, he hacked at Shui Ying's large palm. When the blade slashed at the huge palm, a destructive force was transmitted from the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. Then a muffled explosion erupted from the huge palm. Boom! Boom! The instant the palm exploded, a continuous explosion began to spread from Shui Ying's right palm to his right shoulder. Subsequently, Shui Ying let out a sharp howl. His entire right hand was completely blown to smithereens by the explosive energy, slaughtering oath-breaking blade. If you meet a god, you kill a god. If you meet a Buddha, you kill a Buddha. After breaking Shui Ying's right arm, Zhuo Wen's spinning body came to a stop. Shortly after, his right foot stomped on the ground, and he leapt up once again. His blade moved along with him as the slaughtering abstinence violation blade slashed down on Shui Ying's head. Boom! 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 Instantly, a murderous aura spread throughout the entire space. In an instant, the huge body of the blood shadow froze. Then, his huge body started to explode. Blood chi spurted out. Looking at the blood shadow that was collapsing, the Yama Crown Prince was stunned. Azura standing Azura was stunned. Luan He and Luan Jia were also stunned. No one knew what they were thinking. How did this guy's strength increase again? The Yama Crown Prince murmured. Fear rose in his heart. This was the first time in many years that the Yama Crown Prince felt such deep fear from someone of the same generation. To put it bluntly, the current Zhuowen could kill him in one move. You actually broke my 9-star Azura. Good, very good. Azura standing Azura's gaze was extremely gloomy. With a flick of his finger, he took out a crystal-clear jade bow. It was the mid-tier Emperor artifact, the Jade Fate Bow. That was auctioned off a month ago. He put his right index and middle fingers together and placed them on the bowstring of the Jade Fate Bow. Then, he pulled the bowstring into a full moon. Terrifying yuan power gushed out from his fingertips and turned into a dazzling milky white light arrow. Shoot! Azura Li Di roared in a low voice. Immediately, an extremely terrifying light erupted from the light arrow. Soon after, a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom resounded across the entire horizon. The light arrow was like a rapidly rising scorching sun as it arrived in front of Zhuo, when in an instant, damn it! Feeling the terrifying power coming from the light arrow, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade in his right hand changed its momentum and slashed down on the light arrow. Boom! A firework-like explosion sounded. Then, the slaughtering oath-breaking blade's momentum pierced through the light arrow. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out and destroyed the light arrow. Deng, deng, deng. Although the light arrow was destroyed, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. He was pushed back dozens of steps by the recoil. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Let's see how many arrows you can take. Azura Li Di spat out these words indifferently. Then he pulled the bowstring again with his right hand and released 3 light arrows. They surrounded Zhuowen from 3 different angles. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuowen raised his blade momentum, and the 3 light arrows that surrounded him were destroyed. However, he didn't feel good either. His face became even paler. I can't waste my time with Azura standing Azura. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted to death by him even if I rely on the power of the blood demon. After destroying the light arrows, Zhuowen realized that something was wrong. His eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at the Yama Crown Prince, who was not far away. A cold light burst out from his eyes. If 3 arrows aren't enough, then 4. Azura standing Azura's indifferent voice sounded. Then he pulled the Jade Fate Bow into a full moon. Then he loosened his fingers and shot out 4 light arrows. Destruction of life. With a twist of his wrist, Zhuowen used the destruction of life again. The 4 light arrows were destroyed by the huge blade shadow created by the destruction of life. The moment the light arrows exploded into countless light balls, Zhuowen sprouted 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. Before Azura, standing Azura, noticed, he rushed out and appeared in front of the Yama Crown Prince in an instant. Bastard! The Yama Crown Prince also noticed Zhuowen. He roared and took out the Azura war halberd in his hand. The halberd soared into the sky and pierced towards Zhuowen. Chapter 1144. Yama's self-destruction. Bastard! How dare you touch Yama? Azura Li Di roared angrily. He took a step forward in the air and instantly charged toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched when he felt the terrifying sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He snorted coldly and stepped forward. He stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the Yama Crown Prince's shoulder. Terrifying origin energy invaded the Yama Crown Prince's acupuncture points, sealing them all. The moment Yama Crown Prince was sealed, a suction force gushed out from Zhuowen's palm and pulled him back. He took a step back and retreated dozens of steps. Azura Li Di arrived behind him in an instant. His terrifying emperor's aura descended. However, Zhuowen had retreated in advance, so Azura Li Di missed. Whoosh! More than 10 meters away, Zhuowen held Yama Crown Prince in his right hand and stared coldly at Azura Lidi, who had an ugly expression on his face. Zhuowen, what are you trying to do? Hurry up and let me go. The Yama Crown Prince shouted in fear. Azura Lidi stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, I told you to let go of Yama Crown Prince. Are you deaf? Are you blind? Yama Crown Prince is now in my hands. If I wanna, this guy will die immediately. Are you trying to force me to kill this guy by talking to me in this way? As he spoke, Zhuowen's slaughter abstinence violation blade was held horizontally. The blood-red blade was pressed against Yama Crown Prince's neck, causing the latter to be terrified. Azura Lidi's expression froze when he saw Zhuowen's action. However, he did not dare to act rashly. He was really afraid that Zhuowen would go crazy and kill Yama Crown Prince. How do you want to let Yama go? Azura Lidi frowned and asked, Let me leave Azura Island, and I will let Yama Crown Prince go. Zhuowen said coldly, but his eyes were extremely vigilant as he stared at Azura Lidi. He was really afraid that the latter would go crazy and attack him without caring about Yama Crown Prince's life. Father! Yama Crown Prince's body was trembling as he looked at Azura Lidi with pleading eyes. He knew that Zhuowen was a man of his words. If Azura Lidi really attacked, Zhuowen would definitely kill him without hesitation. Good. I will let you leave Azura Island, but you must keep your promise and let Yama go. Azura Lidi pondered for a moment and finally stepped aside. He stared at Zhuowen and said coldly. Seeing Azura Lidi being so cooperative, Zhuowen revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't let down his guard because of this. Instead, he brought the Yama Crown Prince and retreated towards the shore of Azura Island. His gaze was fixed on Azura Lidi. At the same time, Zhuowen sent out a communication jade talisman to summon Ziyang, who was hiding in a cave outside Azura City. Whoosh! A purple shadow flew over. Ziyang landed beside Zhuowen with a respectful expression. The moment he arrived beside Zhuowen, he saw the murderous Azura Lidi in front of him and the Yama Crown Prince who was being held hostage by Zhuowen. While he was surprised, Zhuowen transmitted a message to him and briefly explained what had happened. Ziyang also knew the ins and outs of the matter, especially when he heard that the middle-aged man in front of him was Azura Lidi. Ziyang's heart was filled with vigilance. This was the island master of Azura Island, a powerful warrior who had stepped into the middle-level emperor realm. In front of such a person, Ziyang would probably be killed in a few moves. At the same time, Ziyang was even more surprised that Zhuowen had the opportunity to hold the Yama Crown Prince hostage in front of such an existence. It seemed that he wasn't simple. Ziyang, let's go. Zhuowen said indifferently, carrying the Yama Crown Prince. He flew towards Azura Island's pier. Ziyang nodded and followed closely behind. However, both of them were secretly on guard against Azura Lidi behind them. Humph! Damned little bastard! Azura Lidi suppressed the anger in his heart. With a step, he chased after Zhuowen and Ziyang. As for Luanhe and Luanjia, they looked at each other and followed closely behind. At this time, the docks of Azura Island were still crowded with people. Many martial artists who were depressed on Azura Island decided to buy tickets and leave this cruel and lawless island. Of course, there were also some merchants who had fished up enough profits here and were ready to go out to sea and enjoy themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's Yama Crown Prince. When the eyes of the people on the pier fell on the young man in the black robe, they recognized his identity. Wasn't he the monstrous genius of Azura Blood Manor, Yama Crown Prince? After all, Yama Crown Prince was an influential figure on Azura Island. Naturally, There were countless people who knew about him. But at this moment, this genius of the Azura blood manor that everyone knew was being carried in the hands of an even younger young man in such a humiliating posture, and it couldn't help but cause many people to whisper in discussion while their gazes were extremely strange. Yama Crown Prince also felt the strange gazes of the warriors on the pier. His cheeks suddenly felt a burning heat. The resentment in his heart towards Zhuowen could be said to be even deeper. Shouldn't you release Yama now? Another piercing sound rang out. Azura Lidi had also arrived. At this moment, he stopped about 10 meters away from Zhuowen and stared coldly at Zhuowen. Azura Lidi, where did this kid come from? How dare you use the Yama Crown Prince to threaten Azura Lidi? Everyone on the dock revealed a stunned expression when they saw the Azura, who was charging over in anger. Soon after, an extremely provocative uproar erupted. Retreat 100 meters away first, then I'll let the Yama Crown Prince go, Zhuowen said calmly. Hearing this, Azura Lidi's gaze became even more unfriendly. However, when he saw the abstinence-breaking blade that was pressed against the Yama Crown Prince's neck, Azura Lidi snorted coldly and did as he was told. Seeing that Azura Lidi was so cooperative, Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the Sun Moon Shuttle from his spirit ring. He opened the cabin door of the Sun Moon Shuttle and said to Xiang, "You go in first." Xiang nodded and entered the Sun Moon Shuttle without hesitation. Zhuowen's left hand condensed a blood-red energy ball and silently pressed it against the Yama Crown Prince's back. "I'll return this trash to you. Goodbye." With a push of his right hand, Zhuowen pushed the Yama Crown Prince forward. Like a monkey, he nimbly entered the Sun Moon Shuttle's cabin. His right hand slapped the control panel and Yuan power surged in. Immediately, the Sun Moon Shuttle's tail spewed out a dark blue gas. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? The instant Zhuowen pushed the Yama Crown Prince away, Azura Lidi laughed sinisterly. His foot suddenly stomped, and he appeared above the Sun Moon Shuttle as if he had teleported. His right hand exploded with terrifying Yuan power and blasted down. At the same time, the 9 Emperor stars around him smashed into the Sun Moon Shuttle without any regard for their lives. Boom, boom, boom. The violent collision caused Zhuowen's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. Zhuowen and Xiang, who were sitting in the cabin, both staggered and almost fell. This old fellow has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhuowen's gaze was incomparably cold. His right hand slammed on the control panel, and Yuan power surged into the Sun Moon Shuttle. Instantly, the gas at the tail of the Sun Moon Shuttle rose to the limit. Then it turned into an afterimage and rushed into the sea of misery. Azura Lidi's expression changed slightly. He was immediately pushed back dozens of steps by the powerful force of the Sun Moon Shuttle. When he stabilized his body, he found that the Sun Moon Shuttle was already 100 meters away from the sea of misery. With the Sun Moon Shuttle's speed, it would be difficult for Azura Lidi to catch up. Although he had something similar to the Sun Moon Shuttle, the difference in speed between the two was not too great. The chances of catching up were even lower. Bastard, consider yourself lucky this time. Azura Lidi coldly snorted. Soon after, he came to the Yama Crown Prince's side and carefully checked the latter's injuries. After finding that there were no major problems, he sighed in relief. "Father, are we just going to let this bastard go like this?" The Yama Crown Prince said fiercely. After being defeated twice by Zhuowen and being held upside down in a humiliating position in front of everyone, the Yama Crown Prince's hatred for Zhuowen was almost overflowing. "There's no other way. This kid has something like the Sun Moon Shuttle. It's basically impossible for us to catch up with him once he enters the sea of misery." Azura Lidi shook his head and said, helplessly. Even he was a little depressed. Originally, it should have been easy to get the blood crystal source and the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. However, he did not expect that it would lead to such a result. Fortunately, you're fine. Azura Lidi patted the Yama Crown Prince's shoulder. Just as he was about to let the Yama Crown Prince leave this place with him, he saw the Yama Crown Prince's face become incomparably red. It was as if there was a huge blazing furnace in his body. "Father, I feel so uncomfortable." The Yama Crown Prince grabbed Azura Lidi. The uncomfortable expression on his face became more and more intense. Then, a terrifying energy exploded from the Yama Crown Prince's body. Boom! The blood-red energy spread out and instantly engulfed Azura Lidi. Soon after, the crowd on the dock was shocked to find that the Yama Crown Prince had exploded. Moreover, the explosion formed a blood-red explosion ball that enveloped Azura Lidi. "Ah, bastard! How dare you hold back like this? Don't let me see you in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The blood-red explosion ball did not last for long. Soon after, it was dispersed by an extremely terrifying energy. Then, Azura Lidi's slightly battered figure was revealed. At this moment, Azura Lidi's clothes were torn by the explosion. His hair was also messy. His eyes were incomparably red and were filled with monstrous anger. Chapter 1145. Delivering the Source Whoosh. Above the boundless sea of bitterness, the sun-moon shuttle dragged a long tail of blue smoke as it swept across the sea. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was sitting in the cabin of the shuttle, revealed a cold smile. Not long after the sun-moon shuttle left, he activated the blood energy he left on the Yama Crown Prince. That blood energy was enough to kill the Yama Crown Prince, who was at the peak of the Empyrean realm. However, it wasn't that easy to kill Azura. But to be able to kill the Yama Crown Prince in front of Azura, Zhuowen had already achieved his goal. Originally, Zhuowen had left the blood energy on the Yama Crown Prince as a precaution. If Azura had kept his promise and let him go, Zhuowen wouldn't have activated the blood energy hidden in the Yama Crown Prince's body. Unfortunately, Azura broke his promise too thoroughly. The moment Zhuowen released the Yama Crown Prince, he immediately attacked Zhuowen. Since the other party was so heartless, Zhuowen naturally couldn't be blamed for being unjust. It's time to return to the academy to hand in the mission. With a flip of his right hand, the Azura Island source appeared in Zhuowen's palm. At this moment, the Azura Island source was 1/3 smaller than before, and that 1/3 had already been absorbed by Zhuowen. After absorbing 1/3 of the source, Zhuowen clearly felt that his aptitude and meridians were several times stronger than before. This effect was directly reflected in the yuan energy absorption speed of Zhuowen's cultivation increased by several times. After feeling the powerful effects of the Azura Island source, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let go of the remaining source energy. However, because this thing needed to be used as proof, Zhuowen planned to absorb 1/3 of it and leave the remaining 1/3 as proof at the academy. About half a month later, Zhuowen, who was riding the Sun-Moon shuttle, finally arrived at the auspicious Spirit Island. Under the envious gazes of countless students, Zhuowen and Xiang walked out of the Sun-Moon shuttle and immediately rushed towards the main city. After arriving at the main city, Zhuowen arranged for Xiang to return to his original residence, while Zhuowen directly walked towards the academy. Did you guys know that the Sky Capital Peak actually directly confirmed 5 registered disciples this time? What? Directly confirmed 5 in-name disciples? Wasn't the fight for the island's source only the first requirement of the in-name disciples? How could it be confirmed so quickly? You don't know, these 5 in-name disciples are the top 5 heavenly sovereign list. These 5 island sources are the strongest islands of the Bitter Sea. The source energy of these islands is much stronger than the other islands of the Sea of Bitterness, so you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain it. So, the people from Sky Capital Peak came and confirmed the name of the nominal disciple. Doesn't that mean the other academy's disciples has no chance? It's not that they don't have a chance. It is said that this is the first batch of in-name disciples, and the remaining ones have other requirements. If they complete the following requirements, they still have a chance to become in-name disciples. The moment he stepped into the academy, Zhuo Wen's ears rang about the matter regarding the in-name disciples. What caused Zhuo Wen to be rather surprised was that the Sky Capital Peak members had actually already decided on the 5 in-name disciples in advance. Those who can obtain the source energy of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea will be able to obtain an in-name disciple spot in advance. That's good. It will save me a lot of effort. However, Zhuo Wen was not alarmed, but happy instead. Azura Island was one of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea, and the source energy he obtained belonged to Azura Island. With such an island source energy, he could also become an in-name disciple in advance. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen's spirit trembled. After inquiring about the place where the people from Sky Capital Peak were going to test the island's source energy, he directly rushed towards the destination. The place where the people from Sky Capital Peak were going to test the island's source energy was the square in front of the cultivation tower. After arriving at the square, Zhuo Wen discovered that the square was packed with people. The flow of people was quite terrifying and actually formed a long line. At the front of the line, there was a crystal counter. At this moment, a young man in blue was lazily sitting on the counter. Zhuo Wen recognized this person. He was one of the 6 inner academy geniuses that Elder Huaxia from Sky Capital Peak had brought along. The aura of this young man in blue was not weak. He had actually reached the 1st level Emperor realm. Looking at his age, he was only 27 or 28 years old. It was likely that only the inner academy could nurture such a young Emperor realm expert. At this moment, at the front of the line, a young man with hopeful eyes held a milky white ball of light and placed it in front of the young man in blue. There was a tinge of nervousness on his flushed face. Pass. You should know the rules. Leave the source energy with me and register your name. The young man in blue glanced at the milky white ball of light and leisurely kept it in his spirit ring. After registering his name, he lazily waved his hand at the young man, allowing him to leave. The young man in blue did not feel uncomfortable with the somewhat rude attitude of the young man in blue. Instead, he excitedly left the line, his eyes filled with joy. Looking at the scene on the crystal counter, Zhuo Wen frowned. This young man from Sky Capital Peak actually intended to take away the island's source energy. This was something that Zhuo Wen had not expected. Fortunately, I did not completely absorb the island's source energy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to report back. Muttering in a low voice, Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. Zhuo Wen felt a little uncomfortable with the act of taking away the island's source energy. After all, he had risked his life to obtain it from Azura Island. Now that he had to hand it over to the people from Sky Capital Peak, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. Time gradually passed. Soon it was Zhuo Wen's turn. The young man in blue on the crystal counter looked at Zhuo Wen indifferently and said, "Take out the island's source energy and register your name here." As he spoke, the young man in blue waved his right hand and a light screen appeared on the crystal counter. At this moment, a row of names appeared on the light screen. Among them, the most dazzling names were Evil Moon, Diba, Moyan Wushang, Qingyin, and Dishi. Zhuo Wen knew that these 5 people should have obtained the source energy of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea. Therefore, the people from Sky Capital Peak made an exception and promoted them to disciples in name in advance. Senior brother, it is said that those who can obtain the source energy of the 5 strongest islands in the Bitter Sea will be able to be promoted to disciples of Sky Capital Peak. Zhuowen asked politely. The young man in blue sized up Zhuowen and found that the latter was also a Peak Empyrean warrior. The impatience in his eyes faded a little as he said indifferently, "That is indeed the case. Do you want to say that the island's source energy you obtained belongs to one of the 5 strongest islands?" Zhuowen grinned and immediately waved his right hand. He took out the source energy of Azura Island and said, "This is the source energy of Azura Island. I think Azura Island should be considered one of the 5 strongest islands, right?" "Oh, it's actually the source energy of Azura Island." Hearing these words, the young man in blue revealed a trace of caution in his eyes. He immediately took the source energy from Zhuowen's hand and observed it for a moment. At first he was overjoyed, but then he frowned and said, "This is indeed the source energy of Azura Island. However, why is the area so small? It is half of what Deba handed over. Could it be that you have absorbed a portion of the source energy?" Zhuowen was startled. He could only brace himself and say, "Senior brother is right. I have indeed absorbed a portion of the source energy." Hearing these words, the blue-clothed youth's gaze immediately turned sharp. He sized up Zhuowen and coldly snorted, "You're quite opportunistic. However, since you've really seized Azura Island source energy, I won't make things difficult for you. First, register your name. In a moment, I'll bring you to see Elder Gray Pavilion and let him make a decision." Zhuowen frowned. The young man in blue was very overbearing. Even though Zhuowen had absorbed a portion of the source, he had still kept a lot of it. The young man in blue didn't intend to promote him to a nominal disciple. Instead, he wanted to let Elder Washi make the decision. However, Zhuowen also knew that the decision to become a registered disciple was not in his hands. Instead, it was in the hands of the Sky Capital Peak members who had come this time. Therefore, he nodded his head and registered his name. Then, he stood a short distance away from the blue-clothed youth and silently waited. "You are Zhuowen?" Seeing Zhuowen register his name, the young man in blue revealed a strange expression. He could not help but ask Zhuowen, "Yes, is there a problem?" The young man in blue narrowed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "Nothing. Junior brother, wait for me for a while. After I finish this inspection, I will bring you to see Elder Huaxia." After he finished speaking, the young man in blue re-inspected the group of cultivators behind him. Zhuowen frowned. He clearly felt that when the young man in blue learned that his name was Zhuowen, his eyes revealed a trace of amazement. It was as if he had encountered something extremely shocking. This trace of emotion was very subtle, but it was still caught by Zhuowen. Could it be that I am mistaken? Zhuowen muttered to himself as he deeply looked at the young man in blue. After around 4 hours, the blue-clothed young man finally finished inspecting all the students who were inspecting the island's essence today. He stretched his lazy waist, glanced indifferently at Zhuowen, and said, "You follow me?" As he spoke, he walked towards the eastern side of the plaza. Zhuowen silently followed behind the young man in blue. Along the way, the two of them did not communicate at all. The atmosphere was somewhat lifeless. After walking for around an hour, the blue-clothed young man brought Zhuowen to a courtyard with a rather elegant environment. Zhuowen naturally recognized this courtyard. It was actually the study room where the headmaster of the Outer Academy lived. The top 10 new students had received their rewards from this place previously. After arriving at the courtyard, Zhuowen immediately saw the towering tree planted in the middle of the courtyard. At this moment, there was a chessboard placed under the tree. On both sides of the chessboard sat two figures. Ding! The orderly sound of chess pieces being placed resounded throughout the entire courtyard, adding a trace of quiet and spacious feeling to the quiet courtyard. These two figures were old men in their twilight years. One of them was wearing a white robe and had a kind face. He was the Outer Academy Dean. Chapter 1146. Unconvinced behind Elder Huatia, there were 5 other young men under the age of 30. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were clearly above the Emperor realm. In addition to the 5 geniuses from Sky Capital Peak, there were 5 other figures standing behind the dean. Zhuowen was no stranger to them. They were the top 5 geniuses of the Outer Yard: Evil Moon, Diba, Moyan Wushang, Qingyin, and Shi Emperor. The dean and Elder Huatia were extremely focused. The arrival of Zhuowen and the blue-clothed young man did not attract their attention at all. Instead, the geniuses standing behind the 2 old men all looked at Zhuowen and the blue-clothed young man. The 5 geniuses from Sky Capital Peak were fine, but the top 5 geniuses of the Outer Yard standing behind the dean stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. Evil Moon, who was the leader, stared at Zhuowen with a cold glint in his eyes, as if he was going to devour Zhuowen at any time. Zhuowen naturally felt Evil Moon's hostile gaze, but he did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he looked at the dean and Elder Huatia. The entire courtyard appeared to be extremely quiet. Only the sound of the 2 old men hitting the chessboard when they were playing chess could be heard clearly at this moment. No one in the courtyard made a sound. They just silently watched the 2 old men play seriously. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. He followed behind the blue-clothed young man and fixed his gaze on the 2 old men. He silently waited for the game to end. Ha! Bai Yan, I finally won this game, right? After losing to you so many times, I finally won this game. It wasn't easy. Elder Huatia laughed, his face brimming with excitement. The dean slowly withdrew his right hand from the chessboard and said with a faint smile, "Huatia, I admit defeat for this game." Seeing the dean admit defeat so easily, Elder Huatia asked with uncertainty, "Bai Yan, you didn't go easy on me, did you?" The dean waved his hand and said, "I didn't go easy on you. I lost." Hearing this, Elder Huatia was relieved. He chuckled and shifted his gaze to the blue-clothed young man and Zhuowen, who had just entered the courtyard. "Lanju, didn't you go to examine the island's origin? Why are you here now?" Elder Huatia asked faintly. The blue-clothed young man named Lanju said respectfully, "Elder, the island's origin is basically finished today. Also, this young man has obtained the origin Azura Island, one of the 5 strongest islands. So he intends to apply to be a registered disciple. Oh, this little guy also obtained the origin of one of the 5 strongest islands." A trace of astonishment flashed in Elder Huatia's eyes as he looked at Zhuowen. The dean's gaze also landed on Zhuowen, and the smile on his face grew even wider. It was obvious that he was quite happy that Zhuowen had obtained the source energy of Azura Island. The top 5 geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign list behind the dean were more or less surprised. Moyan Wushang and Qingyin looked at each other with strange expressions. Evil Moon's eyes were gloomy. Diba, who was beside Evil Moon, frowned slightly. The origin he had obtained was the origin of Azura Island. There were only 3 people competing for the origin. Other than him, there was the Yama Crown Prince and the mysterious black-faced young man. Zhuowen wasn't among them. After returning to Excellent God Island, Zhuowen had restored his appearance. Diba didn't associate Zhuowen with the black-faced young man. Since that's the case, this young man has the qualifications to become an in-name disciple in advance. You can decide on this matter. There's no need to apply to me. Elder Huaxia waved his hand. Lan Ju's eyes flickered. He came in front of Elder Huaxia and flicked his finger. He took out the origin of Azura Island that Zhuowen had obtained and handed it to Elder Huaxia. Elder, this young man has absorbed most of the origin of Azura Island, leaving only this little. That's why I'm here to ask for your opinion. Elder Huaxia narrowed his eyes when he saw the small amount of origin of Azura Island in Lan Ju's hand. He looked at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "You're quite bold. You actually absorbed so much origin of Azura Island. Originally, I wanted to promote you to an in-name disciple in advance. Now, it seems that I have to wait. There are other requirements. Come find me after you've completed them. At that time, I'll decide if you can become an in-name disciple." Many people in the courtyard revealed mocking expressions when they heard Elder Huaxia's words. Their gazes when they looked at Zhuowen were extremely strange. This Brett really did not know anything. The fight for this island's essence was originally meant to be handed over to the sky capital peak. Absorbing a little origin of Azura Island wasn't a big deal. However, Zhuowen had directly absorbed 2/3 of the origin of Azura Island. He had absorbed most of the origin of Azura Island and handed over a small portion of it. Elder Huaxia was naturally unhappy. How could he let Zhuowen become an in-name disciple in advance? What a foolish fellow. He actually dared to absorb the origin of Azura Island without permission. Elder Huaxia, I don't think this kind of person deserves to be an in-name disciple. There's no need to give him a chance to fulfill the remaining requirements. Sheiyue suddenly said in a clear voice. Brother Sheiyue is right. I also participated in the competition for the origin of Azura Island. There were only 3 people who could obtain the origin of Azura Island. At that time, I didn't see this young man at all. Obviously, he used some despicable means to obtain the origin of Azura Island. This kind of person doesn't deserve to enter the inner yard, Di Ba said indifferently. Moyan Wushang raised her eyebrows and coldly retorted, Zhuowen was able to obtain the origin of Azura Island. This shows that he has the strength and potential. This kind of genius is more than enough to become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak. Wushang is right. Zhuowen's strength and potential aren't any worse than some people. Why can't he become an in-name disciple? Soft sound echoed from the side, supporting Zhuowen. Zhuowen silently stood in the same place. His attention was on Elder Huaxia. His eyes gradually became gloomy. Elder Huaxia had taken away the origin of Azura Island, but he didn't intend to promote him to an in-name disciple. Was it just because Zhuowen had absorbed some of the origin of Azura Island? This reason was too ridiculous. Huaxia, Zhuowen's talent is indeed very strong. I think this kind of genius should be worthy of being an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak, right? The benevolent-looking dean suddenly said with a smile. Bai Yin, are you going to plead for this little guy? Elder Huaxia frowned. The dean nodded and said with a smile, this little guy's talent and potential are indeed extraordinary. I think you, Huaxia, are also a person who loves talents. You won't let this kind of genius slip through your hands in vain, right? Dean, sir, this Zhuowen has no regard for the law. He is arrogant and conceited. Moreover, his talent isn't that good either. You can't protect this kind of ant like this. If this kind of ant becomes an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak, it will really ruin the reputation of Sky Capital Peak, Sheiyue said with a cold smile. Elder Huaxia nodded and said to the dean, Bai Yin, it's not that I don't want to be considerate, but as Sheiyue said, this little guy is indeed somewhat daring. Moreover, his attitude isn't very good. It doesn't matter if he absorbs a bit of Azura Island's source energy, but this little guy absorbed most of it. He is obviously a selfish guy. I have to consider this kind of person with bad conduct before deciding to let him enter the inner court. The dean frowned. Elder Huatia's words clearly indicated that he didn't intend to accept Zhuowen as an in-name disciple. Lanju, you can send the guest out, Elder Huatia said indifferently. The blue-clothed youth nodded and immediately turned around. He glanced at Zhuowen and said, Elder Huatia's meaning is already very clear. I don't think I need to say anything more. Let's go. However, Zhuowen stood in place like a boulder. He calmly stared at Elder Huatia and said, I don't accept this. Elder Huatia, who originally ignored Zhuowen, slowly turned around. His cold gaze fell on Zhuowen as he said, You say you don't accept this? Yes, I don't accept this. My strength is stronger than that of Emperor Shi, Emperor Ba, and Sheiyue. If they can become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak, why can't I? Zhuowen pointed at Sheiyue and the other two and said indifferently. When these words came out, Sheiyue, Emperor Ba, and Emperor Shi narrowed their eyes. This Zhuowen was too arrogant. He actually dared to call the three of them trash, especially Sheiyue. The coldness in his eyes was extremely dense. He even had the heart to kill Zhuowen. Oh, you are very confident. However, based on your words, do you think you have the strength to defeat the three of them? Elder Huatia narrowed his eyes, and his voice became cold. Zhuowen said he didn't accept this in front of him, which naturally made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course not. Zhuowen shook his head and looked at Sheiyue, Emperor Ba, and Emperor Shi. He said indifferently, Do the three of you plan to come at me together, or one by one? When these words came out, the atmosphere in the courtyard became extremely strange. Not only the few geniuses of Sky Capital Peak, but even Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin looked at Zhuowen strangely. Sheiyue, Emperor Ba, and Emperor Shi's eyelids twitched. Soon after, their eyes were filled with anger. This brat was too arrogant. He actually dared to jump on their heads. He didn't know how to die. The reason why Zhuowen chose the three of them was naturally because he had some direct or indirect conflicts with them. Therefore, he targeted the three of them. Do I need Emperor Ba and Sheiyue to deal with an ant like you? You think too highly of yourself. Emperor Shi coldly snorted and took a step forward. He appeared above Zhuowen as if he had teleported. He stretched out his right hand and a terrifying yuan power surged out. It formed a huge mountain in the sky. He swung his right hand, and instantly the yuan power mountain flew above Zhuowen's head. Chapter 1147. Provoke Evil Moon, / The moment he destroyed the Yuanli mountain, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of Emperor Shi. The 7-kill saber was infused with a terrifying killing aura. With an indomitable momentum, it swept towards Emperor Shi's vital points. Feeling the sharp saber chi of the 7-kill saber, Emperor Shi's eyelids twitched. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Advent of the Emperor. The moment this sense of crisis spread throughout his mind, Emperor Shi did not hesitate to use his strongest move, Advent of the Emperor. Boom! Powerful Yuanli burst out from his body like a terrifying hurricane, sweeping across the sky. It turned into a shadow of the Emperor that was dozens of feet tall. As the shadow of the Emperor opened and closed its eyes, a bright light burst out like a dazzling star in the night sky. Bang! As soon as the shadow of the Emperor appeared, a large fan-like hand descended, directly smashing down on Zhuowen's head. The terrifying energy formed a whistling wind, almost forming an endless hurricane that filled the entire sky. Second level of bedevilment. Zhuowen directly activated the state of second stage of bedevilment, blood-red hair fluttering blood chi gushing out. The seven-kill saber actually didn't dodge or evade the descending big hand of the Emperor Phantom. Break! An indifferent voice rang out, and the seven-kill saber flashed past. Then, the entire right arm of the shadow of the Emperor was invaded and shattered by the terrifying demonic slaughter aura. The moment the right arm of the shadow of the Emperor was shattered, Zhuowen shot out and instantly arrived in front of Emperor Shi. The seven-kill saber slashed out again. How can he be so strong? Emperor Shi's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The moment he saw Zhuowen cleanly cut off the right arm of the shadow of the Emperor, Emperor Shi had already felt that something was wrong. This Zhuowen was so powerful that it was suffocating. Swoosh! The seven-kill saber was getting closer. Emperor Shi gritted his teeth, waved his sleeve, and took out a gray wheel. He used it to block in front of him, wanting to block Zhuowen's attack. Boom! The seven-kill saber and the wheel heavily collided. Then, the two froze in the air, as if time had stopped. Break! Before Shi could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying force spread out from the blade of the seven-kills blade. Crack! Then, to Emperor Shi's astonishment, the roulette shattered and the sharp saber chi swept past him. Retreat! Emperor Shi raised his hands, withstanding the terrifying saber chi, and retreated continuously. He actually retreated nearly 100 steps, and his back smashed heavily against the wall at the edge of the courtyard. Then, the terrifying power caused the wall behind him to shatter into countless pieces. Puchi! Emperor Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became much more dispirited. When the other people in the courtyard saw this scene, they were all shocked. In any case, Emperor Shi was an existence ranked 5th on the Heavenly Venerate list. His peak Heavenly Venerate cultivation was actually defeated so easily by Zhuowen. Has this little fellow also reached the peak of the Empyrean realm? The dean's meaningful gaze fell on Zhuowen, and he could not help but mutter with a smile. Swoosh! Ba came to Emperor Shi's side and looked at his dispirited younger brother. His eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness, and then he stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, "We are all fellow disciples, but you are actually so ruthless. It seems that you really have no regard for the law." Yet Zhuowen scoffed and said, "Is this attack of mine considered heavy-handed? Aren't you just trying to find a reason to attack me by saying this? There's no need to waste so much time. Just attack, because in my opinion, there's not much difference between you and Emperor Shi. Ba's face twitched when he heard this. This damned Zhuowen was really rude. He actually dared to say such bold words. The others were also interested. It seemed that Zhuowen was really planning to challenge the geniuses on the Heavenly Venerate list, who had already become in-name disciples. Elder Huaxia did not stop them, but just watched all of this indifferently. Although he was rather surprised that Zhuowen had defeated Emperor Shi to Elder Huaxia, whose strength had already reached the peak of the mid-level Emperor realm, this kind of battle below the Emperor realm was just child's play. Good. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a good look at my strength. When the time comes, you'll regret your rude words now. Ba was so angry that he laughed. After dealing with Emperor Shi, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. Ba was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Venerate list, and his strength was much stronger than Emperor Shi. It was said that his strength was comparable to the first-level Emperor realm, which was on par with the Yama Crown Prince of Azura Island. However, Ba did not have an Emperor weapon, so in terms of foundation and strength, the Yama Crown Prince was actually superior. At this moment, Zhuowen wanted to establish his might and prove his strength to Elder Huaxia. Therefore, he would not hold back in the slightest. He had to defeat Ba without any hesitation in order to achieve the effect of establishing his might. Third-level bedevilment. With a low shout, Zhuowen did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to attack Ba. At the same time, 8 blood seas gushed out of the void and surrounded Zhuowen, making him look like a demon or a god. Boom, boom. In just an instant, the two of them collided fiercely in the air. Ba's fighting style was extremely fitting for his name. He was wild and unruly, and he punched out with the force of 1,000 caddies with his bare hands. Every strike carried a terrifying power that caused the surrounding space to tremble. This guy's fists and feet are very tough. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and slashed out with the 7 kills saber, aiming for Ba's chest. The sharp, hissing sound of the saber cutting through the air exploded out of nowhere, stimulating the ears of the crowd. Ba threw out a punch and heavily smashed the 7 kills saber's blade. Then, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and an extremely powerful and terrifying air wave surged out between the two of them. Ha ha! My physical body is comparable to a royal spiritual treasure. With your mere royal spiritual treasure, you won't be able to break through my physical body's defense. Ba's arrogant voice resounded in the air, sounding extremely presumptuous. Your words sound very familiar. Back then, there was someone who said that his physical body was comparable to a royal spiritual treasure in front of me, but his ending was not very good. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. Then, he put away the 7 kills saber and took out a blood-red halberd from his spirit ring. This blood-red halberd was the Azura halberd that Zhuowen had taken from the Yama Crown Prince. When he returned to the excellent Spirit Island, he had already successfully refined the Azura halberd. At this moment, he naturally did not feel unfamiliar or stagnant when using it. Since you're so confident in your physical body, I'll let you have a taste of this weapon. As he spoke, Zhuowen's left hand pressed against the end of the halberd, while his right hand gripped the halberd tightly. Once again, he rushed towards Ba's right hand. Puff! This time, when Ba's originally indestructible right hand came into contact with the Azura halberd, bright red blood blossomed. Ba cried out in pain. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but unfortunately, Zhuowen's right hand moved and the halberd spun violently. It pierced through Ba's right arm like a mutton skewer. It pierced through Ba's palm and came out from his right shoulder. Blood splattered in the air. Puff! Zhuowen suddenly swung the halberd, and Ba's entire right arm was cut off by the Azura halberd. Ba cried out in pain and fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, Ba finally recognized the halberd in Zhuowen's hand. It was the Azura halberd that belonged to the Yama Crown Prince. It was a low-grade emperor weapon. However, the intense pain did not make Ba wonder why the Azura halberd would appear in Zhuowen's hands. Moreover, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Emperor weapon? The dean and elder Washi raised their eyebrows and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. They did not expect this little guy to have an emperor weapon on him. He was really well hidden. The other people in the courtyard also looked surprised. Among them, Evil Moon frowned, and his expression became slightly ugly. In the 2 battles, Zhuowen had defeated Emperor Shi and Emperor Ba very cleanly. Even he was a little surprised by the speed at which Zhuowen's battle strength had increased. Although Zhuowen's emperor weapon, the Azura halberd, had surprised the dean and elder Washi, it did not attract their attention. After all, the Azura halberd was only a low-grade emperor weapon. The 2 of them were mid-grade emperor realm experts and possessed mid-grade emperor weapons. A low-grade emperor weapon naturally did not catch their attention. Did I say that you're trash? Zhuowen said to Ba, who was lying on the ground, as he slowly landed on the ground. At that moment, Deba had already used his yuan power to stop the bleeding of his broken right arm. He stood up, but he did not refute Zhuowen's words. Instead, his eyes were filled with resentment. He had no right to refute Zhuowen's words. The former had indeed defeated him in front of everyone. Moreover, he had lost in such a miserable manner. Moving away from Deba, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Evil Moon, who had an ugly expression. He said indifferently, "It's your turn. Deba is so useless. I wonder if you, the #1 heavenly master monster, can do better?" Boom. When Zhuowen's provocative words came out, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Evil Moon's body. The latter glared at Zhuowen and said, "You're very confident after defeating Deba and Dishi. It's to the point of being conceited." "Ha ha. Then, allow me to defeat you," Zhuowen mocked. "You're so smug just because you obtained an emperor weapon? Do you think you're invincible just because you have an emperor weapon? I'll send you from heaven to hell and let you know how hypocritical your conceit is." Evil Moon took a step forward and flicked his finger. A slender black saber appeared in his palm. A rather frightening emperor's might spread out from this black saber. This emperor's aura lingered around Evil Moon, creating a vacuum-like domain around him. Cyclones rose from it, and it looked terrifying. Emperor weapon? This Evil Moon actually has an emperor weapon. Sensing the emperor's might from the black saber in Evil Moon's hand, many people around the courtyard narrowed their eyes. Of course, no one was surprised. Chapter 1148. Moon Devourer. This saber is called Moon Devourer. I will use this saber to let you know how ridiculous your arrogance is. Evil Moon held the long black saber and slowly walked toward Zhuowen. The black tassels on the hilt swayed in the breeze, and a fierce aura flowed out. It was as if Evil Moon's body was covered with sharp blades at this moment. Evil Moon used Moon Devourer to kill a first-level Emperor Realm expert. I'm afraid Zhuowen is in danger. Looking at Evil Moon, who was slowly walking towards Zhuowen with Moon Devourer in his hand, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes revealed a tinge of worry. Although she wanted to stop Zhuowen, this battle was initiated by Zhuowen. It would be inappropriate for her to stop it. Therefore, she immediately looked at the dean, who was beside her, to ask for help. The dean shook his head and said, "Wushang, this battle was initiated by Zhuowen. It's not appropriate for us to stop it. Don't worry, Zhuowen is not simple. He won't lose." Hearing the dean's words, Moyan Wushang could only nod helplessly. However, he was still worried. Deng deng deng. Evil Moon's footsteps became faster and faster. The sound of his footsteps was like the sound of raindrops converging into a symphony in the courtyard. At the same time, an incomparably black moon rose from Evil Moon's body. Black moon, dark sky. When the black moon rose to its highest point, the entire courtyard darkened as if night had fallen. A terrifying gravitational force crushed down from the black moon, acting on Zhuowen's body. Feeling the heavy pressure on his body, Zhuowen squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. A terrifying slaughter aura gushed out from his body, instantly breaking the gravitational force that crushed down on his body. Seeing that the pressure from the black moon did not affect Zhuowen in the slightest, Evil Moon's expression froze, and his gaze turned slightly ugly. He still remembered that half a year ago, Zhuowen could not move at all under the pressure of the black moon. Now, half a year had passed, and the black moon's pressure had no effect on him. Humph! Xiaoyu snorted coldly. He held the Moon Devourer in his hand. Sparks flew between the tip of the saber and the ground. A sharp hissing sound resounded continuously in the courtyard. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Evil Moon had arrived in front of Zhuowen. With a flick of his right hand, Moon Devourer slashed upward with countless sparks. black saber chi spread out and turned into a huge crescent-shaped black saber chi, which rushed toward Zhuowen. Feeling the horrifying sharpness of the crescent-shaped black blade chi, Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly. His feet moved, retreating several dozen steps. When he reached the edge of the courtyard, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the Azura war halberd in his hand slashed out horizontally. The momentum of slaughter poured into the tip of the halberd, bursting out with terrifying power. Boom! The halberd collided with the saber chi. Zhuowen's right hand trembled slightly, causing the black saber chi to pause for a moment. Then Zhuowen's feet moved, and his body moved a few steps to the side, just barely dodging the black saber chi. Boom! The saber chi passed through Zhuowen's side and slammed into the courtyard wall behind him. The sharp power exploded, and the entire wall burst open. Then, terrifying dust filled the air. The moment Zhuowen dodged the saber chi, a piercing sound exploded in his ears. Then, he found that Evil Moon had appeared in front of him without him noticing. Moon Devourer was chopping down from above his head. Zhuowen raised his hands, and the halberd in his hand swept out, fearlessly meeting the Moon Devourer. A sharp sound of collision rang out, and the saber and halberd burst into flames. Then, Zhuowen and Evil Moon each took a few steps back, staring at each other with dignified eyes. "Your senses are quite sharp," Evil Moon sneered. He stepped forward, and his left hand gently stroked the blade. Suddenly, the surface of Moon Devourer emitted an extremely sharp black light. Evil light cut. The moment the Moon Devourer's surface bloomed with black light, Evil Moon slashed out once again. Terrifying black gas began to spread out, forming a several 100-meter-long intersecting saber chi. This saber chi was countless times more terrifying than the previous one. The aura revealed on the surface of the saber chi made Zhuowen shudder. However, Zhuowen did not dodge. Instead, he bravely met it. He pointed his right hand between his eyebrows, and a powerful mental energy spread out. At the same time, the ultimate sword array in the spiritual ring also rushed out, turning into dazzling sword lights that surrounded Zhuowen. "Sword fire profound." Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. Then a monstrous flame spread out, enveloping the crisscrossing saber chi. Mental energy, but a mere 6th grade origin array. "Wants to stop my evil light cut. Aren't you a bit too naive?" Evil Moon sneered. Then, the countless sword fire did not last long. It was directly dispersed by the crisscrossing evil light cut, and the remaining force swept toward Zhuowen. "Sword thunder profound." Zhuowen did not seem to be in a hurry. He changed his seal, and the ultimate sword array changed again. The originally countless flames turned into monstrous thunderbolts, and the countless sword lights turned into thunderbolts. In an instant, the whole courtyard fell into a world of thunderbolts, and there were terrifying thunderbolts everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. This time, in the world of thunderbolts, the terrifying evil light cut was really trapped and could not break free. Damn it! Why is this guy's mental energy so difficult to deal with? Evil Moon's eyes were gloomy. He secretly cursed and retreated. The moment the terrifying thunderbolts trapped the evil light cut, they spread and swept toward him, trying to trap him as well. "Break!" Zhuowen's heavenly voice rang out. Then, the evil light cut was surrounded by countless thunderbolts and finally disappeared. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward, and with countless thunderbolts, he instantly arrived above Evil Moon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous thunder swords fell from the sky and inserted themselves around Evil Moon. Suddenly, a powerful thunder cage was formed. Morning Treasure Seal, Wrath Treasure Seal, Love Treasure Seal. At the same time, Zhuowen used the 3 treasure seals that he had exchanged from the academy. Among them, The morning treasure seal emitted a sorrowful aura that fell from the sky and shrouded Evil Moon's heart. Evil Moon's strength involuntarily decreased by several times. Zhuowen had the Wrath treasure seal and the morning treasure seal in his body, which made Zhuowen's aura soar several times. Boom, boom, boom. After using the 3 treasured seals, Zhuowen descended from the sky, surrounded by the remaining lightning swords. Countless lightning bolts filled his body, as if at this moment these lightning bolts were weaving a powerful lightning armor for Zhuowen. Cut! As soon as he entered the thunder cage, Zhuowen raised the Azura battle halberd and attacked Evil Moon continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Under Zhuowen's stormy attacks, Evil Moon frowned slightly and retreated continuously. Under the weakening effect of the morning treasure seal and the harassment of countless thunder swords, he was already exhausted. Now, under the attack of Zhuowen, who was supported by the love treasure seal and the wrath treasure seal, he found it difficult to resist. It seems that Evil Moon is going to be defeated. The dean's eyes were like torches. Through the countless thunderbolts, he could clearly see the scene in the thunder prison. At this moment, Evil Moon was already a little exhausted from running, and his strength was not as strong as he wanted to be. Lose. A cold voice rang out in the thunder prison. Then, the power of the thunderbolts on the surface of the thunder prison rose to an extremely terrifying level. A thunderbolt soared into the sky, forming a thunderbolt pillar that pierced the sky. The blazing thunderbolt almost made the rest of the people in the courtyard squint their eyes. Bang! In the next instant, the frightening lightning glow completely disappeared. Soon after, a muffled groan was emitted. An extremely miserable figure flew out from within the countless lightning bolts and heavily smashed dozens of meters away. The figure's clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and there was a trace of charred black on his fair face. He looked quite comical. When everyone's eyes fell on the long black saber in his hand, the scene became quiet. They knew that the owner of this figure was Evil Moon, who ranked first on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Wasn't this black saber Evil Moon's emperor weapon, the Moon Devourer? Thump, thump, thump. The endless thunderbolts slowly converged, and then there was the crisp sound of footsteps. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he slowly walked over to Evil Moon. He looked down at the latter indifferently and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to let me know how ridiculous my conceit was? Now, why do I feel that your conceit is abnormally ridiculous?" Uffed. As soon as Zhuowen's words came out, Evil Moon, who was lying limp on the ground, was furious. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He had fainted from anger. Evil Moon was defeated just like that. Moyan, Wushang, and Qingyin looked at each other and saw a look of disbelief in each other's eyes. The 2 women still remembered that half a year ago, the young man who could not resist Evil Moon. Now, half a year had passed. Not only had the young man's cultivation increased greatly, but his strength had also reached an unfathomable level. Even Evil Moon, who ranked first on the Heavenly Sovereign list, was no match for Zhuowen. It seems that the first place on the Heavenly Sovereign list is about to change hands. After the shock, the 2 women could not help but mutter in a low voice. There were more complicated emotions in their beautiful eyes. Zhuowen paid no attention to the unconscious Evil Moon. He looked straight at Elder Huaxia and said, "Elder Huaxia, the 3 nominal disciples you chose are so weak. They're no match for me at all. I think I've already proven that I'm more qualified than the 3 of them to be a nominal disciple. Huaxia, you have seen Zhuowen's talent and strength. I don't think you will lose out if you become a nominal disciple of Sky Capital Peak, right?" The dean said with a laugh. Elder Huaxia's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to speak, the blue-clothed youth Lan Ju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward. He stared at the Azura halberd in Zhuowen's hand and said, "If you offer this emperor weapon to make up for the lack of Azura Island's origin, we can consider promoting you to a nominal disciple of Sky Capital Peak." Huh, you want the emperor weapon in my hand? Chapter 1149. Against Lan Ju. Among the six of us, junior brother Lan Ju just so happens to lack a suitable emperor weapon. Junior brother Zhua, I think you should be willing to part with this treasure and give it to Lan Ju, right? That's right. After all, your Azura Island source energy is missing so much. We plan to give you such a rare opportunity. I think you should grasp it well. The moment Lan Ju mentioned that he wanted Zhuowen's Azura battle halberd, the other 5 Sky Capital Peak geniuses chimed in one after another, not putting Zhuowen's opinion in their eyes. It was as if Zhuowen giving the Azura battle halberd to Lan Ju was an honor. On the other hand, Lan Ju slightly raised his chin and revealed a proud smile. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen, looking forward to Zhuowen's tactful performance. Elder Huaxia's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak up to stop them. Clearly, he tacitly approved of Lan Ju's actions. Seeing Lan Ju and the other 5 Sky Capital Peak geniuses speaking one after another without putting him in their eyes, Zhuowen's eyes became even gloomier. He coldly said, "Senior brothers, aren't you going too far? I exchanged my life for this emperor weapon. How can I hand it over just like that?" The smile on Lan Ju's face faded as he coldly stared at Zhuowen. A terrifying aura firmly locked onto Zhuowen as he coldly said, "You mean you don't plan to hand it over?" Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. He also unyieldingly released the aura within his body. At the same time, the Azura battle halberd fiercely released its emperor's pressure to resist the pressure released by Lan Ju. "Not handing it over," Zhuowen decisively said. Hearing Zhuowen's straightforward answer, Lan Ju's pupils shrank. He clapped his hands and laughed in extreme anger. "Good, good, good. This senior brother is kind enough to give you the opportunity to become a disciple in name of Sky Capital Peak, but you don't appreciate it." Saying that, Lan Ju cupped his hands towards Elder Huaxia and said, "Elder, this child has offended his superiors. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he will become more and more arrogant in the future. Therefore, Lan Ju hopes that Elder can allow me to teach this child a lesson. Senior brother Lan Ju, don't go too far. Your actions clearly show that you covet the Azura war halberd in Zhuowen's hands. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Moyen Wushang couldn't help but retort. Lan Ju's expression immediately turned ugly, and he said with a cold snort, "Junior apprentice Sister Wushang, you are just a nominal disciple. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Do you want to be removed from the nominal disciple position?" Lan Ju's behavior was obvious. He was indeed coveting Zhuowen's Shura battle halberd, but everyone kept this behavior to themselves. They wouldn't point it out directly. This was to give Lan Ju face. But now, Moyen Wushang didn't give him any face at all and directly exposed Lan Ju's purpose. No matter how thick-skinned Lan Ju was, he was still a little angry. Moyen Wushang's face froze. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by the dean. The dean frowned and said, "Huixie, I think Lan Ju is too much, right?" The Azura battle halberd was originally Zhuowen's possession, and now that Zhuowen was willing to offer it up, it was naturally for the best. Since he's unwilling, there's no need to coerce him, right? Hearing the dean speak, Elder Huixie, who originally wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything, smiled and said, "Bai Yan is right. Lan Ju, since this little guy is unwilling to give up the Azura battle halberd, there's no need to force him." Seeing Elder Huixie speak, Lan Ju quickly bowed and said, "Elder is right. I was impulsive. Good. Next time, be more steady. Since Zhuowen is unwilling to give up the Azura battle halberd, then the nominal disciple position is also impossible. You can all disperse. As he spoke, Elder Huaxie glanced at Zhuowen. With a wave of his sleeve, he sat down opposite the dean and prepared for another round of chess. Wait! Suddenly, Zhuowen, who was originally calm, opened his mouth. Elder Huixia frowned and looked at Zhuowen with displeasure. He said, "What else do you want?" "Actually, it's not impossible to give the Azura battle halberd to this senior, but I have a condition," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Oh, you're willing to give the Azura battle halberd to Lanju?" Elder Huixia was stunned at first, but then he nodded and continued, "Tell me your condition. I'll fight with Senior Lanju. If I lose, I'll give up the Azura battle halberd. If I win, I'll get the nominal disciple position." Zhuowen calmly stated the conditions. However, when these words were spoken, it caused many people in the courtyard to use a strange gaze to look at Zhuowen. In particular, Lanju and the other 5 Sky Capital Peak geniuses looked at Zhuowen as though they were looking at an idiot. Could it be that after defeating Emperor Shi, Emperor Ba, and Evil Moon consecutively, this guy's confidence had reached its peak? He actually dared to challenge Lanju, although Lanju was the weakest among the 6 disciples sent by Sky Capital Peak. He was still at the first-level Emperor realm. Moreover, geniuses from Jiaxin College, who had reached the first-level Emperor realm, could basically reach the second-level Emperor realm. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary warrior. Although Lanju didn't have an Empyrean weapon, he could easily defeat Evil Moon with his strength alone. Although Zhuowen had defeated Evil Moon, he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage against Lanju, who was terrifyingly powerful. He might even suffer a double loss. Even Lanju himself was stunned when he heard Zhuowen's condition. However, when he recovered, the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Wasn't Zhuowen's condition shooting himself in the foot? Zhuowen, Lanju is a first-level Emperor Realm warrior. His combat strength is far beyond an ordinary first-level Emperor Realm warrior. He's almost comparable to a second-level Emperor Realm warrior. Do you really intend to fight with him? The dean's right hand trembled. As he frowned slightly, he stared at Zhuowen and tried to persuade him. Zhuowen nodded and said seriously, "Dean, I'm serious this time. If Senior Brother Lanju agrees, we can fight now." As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly placed the Azura battle halberd in front of him. A sharp fighting intent burst out from his eyes as he stared at Lanju. Hearing Zhuowen say this, the dean also knew that further persuasion was useless. However, he was still worried for Zhuowen in his heart. After all, Lanju was indeed stronger than Zhuowen. Zhuowen was only a peak Empyrean. Even if he had the support of an Emperor artifact, the chances of him defeating Lanju were extremely low. "Haha, I agree to your condition." Lanju smiled and slowly walked in front of Zhuowen. He crossed his arms and said with a teasing gaze, "Junior Brother Zhuowen, you don't think that you have the qualifications to fight me after having a low-level Emperor weapon and defeating Xieyu, do you? Even if I don't have an Emperor weapon in my hand, you still have a slim chance of defeating me. I advise you to hand over the Azura battle halberd. This way, you can avoid physical pain." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Senior Brother Lanju must be joking. What I'm afraid of is that if Senior Brother loses to me, you will lose all face. Therefore, Senior Brother should be mentally prepared." Hearing Zhuowen's slightly teasing words, Lanju's gaze suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "You are very confident. However, confidence often requires sufficient strength to have the qualifications. I want to see where your confidence comes from." As he spoke, Lanju took a step forward. Suddenly, wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the courtyard. Dark clouds filled the air, and 9 blue emperor stars descended. The moment the emperor stars descended, the entire academy was alarmed. Everyone looked at the emperor stars that had suddenly descended, and their faces revealed a look of astonishment. The emperor stars have descended. There are emperor realm experts fighting. It seems that they are still in our academy. Let's quickly go and take a look. In an instant, countless cultivators around the academy rushed in the direction of the emperor's stars. When they gathered outside the dean's courtyard, they saw a blue figure slowly rise into the air. 9 huge blue stars were constantly revolving around him in a specific trajectory. That's Senior Brother Lanju of Sky Capital Peak. At this moment, he actually released the Emperor Stars. Is he going to fight someone? Seeing the blue figure rise into the air, many of the surrounding students recognized Lanju's identity and guessed the purpose of Lanju releasing the Emperor Stars. The moment Lanju rose into the air, another figure appeared not far from Lanju. This person held a halberd that was more than 10 feet long and was surrounded by 8 blood seas. His aura was terrifying, but compared to Lanju's aura, he was still much weaker. That's Zhuowen. This guy is already at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. How did he advance so quickly? But is this guy going to fight Senior Brother Lanju now? Is he courting death? Zhuowen, who was opposite Lanju, was also recognized by the crowd. Many people were surprised at Zhuowen's rapid cultivation advancement, but even more people had strange expressions on their faces. After all, the scene of Zhuowen and Lanju confronting each other was too obvious. These two people were planning to fight. One was a first-level Emperor Realm expert and a genius of the Inner Academy, although the other was an extremely dazzling existence in the Outer Academy. He was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. In this battle, no matter how one looked at it, Zhuowen would undoubtedly lose. Let's fight. Zhuowen shouted in a low voice and directly used the 3 seals. At the same time, he entered the state of the 4th level of the bedevilment realm. His blood hair grew to the soles of his feet. At the same time, the ultimate limitless sword array also surged out. At this moment, Zhuowen could be said to have used all his trump cards. After all, Lanju was not Evil Moon. His strength was definitely much stronger than Evil Moon. Without using the Slaughter Abstinence Violation Blade, Zhuowen could only use his full strength. Lanju also felt that Zhuowen, who had entered the state of the 4th level of the bedevilment realm, his aura was much stronger than before. The contempt on his face slowly faded. With a wave of his right hand, 9 stars suddenly lined up in a horizontal line. Then, Lanju stepped out step by step. After a total of 9 steps, he arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He raised his right hand, and one of the blue stars was held in his hand. Then he slammed it down. Cut! Zhuowen stood quietly in the void. The stars rubbed against the air, forming a violent whistling sound, blowing Zhuowen's long blood-colored hair. He looked like a demon god descending to the world. When the star was about to smash in front of Zhuowen, the Azura halberd in Zhuowen's hand suddenly slashed out. Blood chi erupted, forming a huge blood bridge in the void, blocking in front of the star. Boom. Chapter 1150. Star devouring art boom. Boom. Looking at the gigantic chasm that had appeared in the sky, many of the surrounding students revealed shocked expressions. The aftermath of the first clash between the two was actually so terrifying. Furthermore, Zhuowen did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Lanju also noticed that Zhuowen's power had increased a lot. He frowned and snorted coldly. He raised his hands, and the remaining 8 blue stars fell from the sky and bombarded Zhuowen. Zhuowen took a step back, and retreated a few hundred steps when he felt the power of the 8 stars. Then he moved his body with the halberd. 8 blood seas surged out and wrapped around the 8 stars. Boom! Unfortunately, the power of the 8 blood seas was too weak compared to the 8 stars. They couldn't last long before they were destroyed by the 8 stars. There is an insurmountable gap between the Heavenly Master and the Emperor realm. You can't compete with me. Lan Ju put his hands behind his back and looked at the 8 blood seas that were crushed in an instant. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Zhuowen took a deep breath. With a flick of his finger, he took out the immortal stone. Surging mental energy and vigorous yuan power continuously flowed into the immortal stone. Through the mysterious array within the immortal stone, the 2 different types of energy finally fused into an even more terrifying immortal energy. At the same time, Zhuowen took out the 7-kill blade from the spirit ring with his left hand. Half of his immortal energy enveloped the 7-kill blade, and the other half enveloped the Azura battle halberd. In an instant, the aura of the 2 weapons rose to the extreme. Life destruction. He used his immortal power to activate the life breaker. Instantly, the milky white immortal power burst forth with an extremely intense light. Then, a gigantic saber shadow hundreds of meters long descended from the void. The saber slashed out horizontally, and the surrounding 8 stars all shattered. What kind of power is this? He actually shattered 8 stars in an instant. Lan Ju, who was originally standing with his hands behind his back, was startled when he saw the terrifying blade image in the sky. His eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim. The celestial force that covered the blade image was extremely terrifying, and it faintly caused his heart to tremble. This energy was definitely of a higher level than origin power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to give him such a fearful feeling. Is that immortal energy? In the courtyard, the Dean and Elder Greysheth stood up at the same time. They stared at the milky white halo on the blade's shadow. Although they had never seen this power before, they had heard of it. It was said that when mental energy and elemental energy fused together, it would form a higher level of energy. This energy was called immortal energy. Not only is this lad good at martial arts, but his mental strength is also not weak. He has even mastered the fusion of the 2 powers. Elder Huaxia stared at Zhuowen's figure and muttered to himself with a burning gaze, Huixia, do you still think that Zhuowen is not qualified to become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak? The Dean smiled, faintly. Elder Huaxia came back to his senses and said in a low voice, You're right. Being able to grasp immortal energy, this lad is qualified to become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak. We can even make an exception and directly promote him to an official disciple. However, this matter should wait until these 2 fellows finish their battle. The Dean also nodded and stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze, as if he was looking at a precious treasure. Cultivators who could grasp immortal energy were rare in the 9th Netherworld realm. At this moment, Zhuowen could not help but attract his attention. Boom! The blade image sank. Its target was Lan Ju, who was not far away. The whistling wind swept over, causing Lan Ju's expression to become slightly unsightly. Go all out. Star-devouring art devour. Lan Ju's eyes were filled with coldness. He stomped his foot, and the 9 Emperor stars condensed again. However, this time, Lan Ju did not use the 9 Emperor stars as weapons. Instead, he waved his hands, and the 9 Emperor stars around him suddenly shrank back into his body. He's actually devouring Emperor stars. Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself in surprise when he saw this scene. Devouring Emperor stars, tempering the body. The instant the 9 Emperor stars entered Lan Zhu's body, he slammed his hands against his chest. Immediately, the power of the 9 Emperor stars in his body surged out and covered the surface of his body. Lan Zhu's eyes were dyed a deep blue under the power of the stars. This guy is using the power of the Emperor stars to temper his body, making it comparable to an Emperor armament for a short period of time. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lan Zhu, who was glowing blue all over. This was the first time he had seen the secret technique used by Lan Zhu, using star power as a medium to pour into one's body. It allowed one's body to obtain a strength comparable to an Emperor weapon for a short period of time. Break for me. After doing all this, Lan Zhu bent his legs and suddenly stomped on the ground. His entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow. The deep blue color on the surface of his body made him look extremely strange. Boom! With a punch, the blue fist light instantly collided with the blade's shadow. Then white and blue exploded, filling the entire sky. It was as if the entire sky was filled with these two colors at this moment. Boom! 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 The moment his fist came into contact with the blade's shadow, Lan Zhu's attack poured out like a torrential storm. He actually threw punch after punch at the blade's shadow. Moreover, Zhuo was shocked to find that Lan Zhu's fist and the blade's shadow collided so fiercely, as if nothing had happened. There was no damage to his fist at all. Sword Thunder Profound. Zhuo knew that he could not let Lan Zhu continue to attack. Otherwise, the blade shadow would definitely be broken, so he decisively used the sword Thunder Profound. Lightning swords wrapped around Lan Zhu, and terrifying lightning snakes surged out and wrapped around Lan Zhu's entire body. Ha! Junior brother Zhuo, after using the Star Devourer art, my body is comparable to a low-grade Emperor artifact. What can a mere thunderbolt do to me? Lan Zhu laughed and shook his arms. The powerful thunderbolt that wrapped around him was directly shattered into nothingness. He punched the blade shadow back, and his cold eyes fell on Zhuo. Junior brother Zhuo, it's your turn. The Azura battle halberd in your hand is destined to be mine. Lan Zhu sneered and stomped his foot. His whole body was filled with starlight, and he kept running in the void like an ape. He was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. Just in time. Zhuo suddenly smiled. The moment Lan Zhu arrived in front of him, Zhuo slashed out with the Azura battle halberd in his hand. Suddenly, the remaining half of his immortal force erupted, pushing the Azura battle halberd's power to the extreme. Just now, when Zhuo used his immortal force to activate the 7 Killings blade, the power it displayed was enough to threaten Lan Zhu. Now, when Zhuo used his immortal force to activate the Azura battle halberd, its power was much more terrifying than the 7 Killings blade. The Azura battle halberd's slash had the momentum to stir heaven and earth. Lan Zhu was extremely confident in his Star Devourer art, so he threw a punch at the Azura battle halberd with his bare hands. However, the moment his right fist came into contact with the Azura battle halberd, his expression changed and became extremely unsightly. This was because the Azura battle halberd had easily pierced through his right fist like it was tofu. Puchi, blood, spurted out from the sky. Lan Zhu screamed miserably and retreated. His left hand clutched his right fist that had been smashed to pieces. His eyes were filled with horror. His body had clearly reached the strength of a low-level Emperor artifact under the Star Devourer art. The Azura battle halberd was also a low-level Emperor artifact. How could it so easily turn his right fist into such a sorry state? However, Lan Zhu soon noticed the immortal force on the surface of the Azura battle halberd. His pupils shrunk. He knew that the Azura battle halberd's sharpness was very likely due to the immortal force. This guy actually still had this trick up his sleeve. Lanju muttered hatefully. Senior Lanju, what are you thinking about? You're so engrossed in your thoughts. A teasing voice sounded in Lanju's ears. Then an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He turned his head abruptly, but what answered him was a large halberd that whistled through the wind. The Azura battle halberd slammed into Lanju's chest. Lanju spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky like a meteorite. He crashed heavily into the center of the courtyard. Dust filled the field of vision, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Zhuowen stood thousands of miles high in the sky, silently looking down at the dust-covered figure in the courtyard. He knew that even if Lanju's body was comparable to a low-level Emperor artifact, he would still be seriously injured after being hit by the Azura battle halberd that was powered by immortal force. Zhuowen had already won this round. The moment Lanju fell into the courtyard, countless spectating students tacitly fell into silence. Even Elder Huaxia, the dean, the other geniuses of Sky Capital Peak, Evil Moon, Diba, Moyen Wushang, and the other top 5 geniuses on the Heavenly Venerate list had tacitly fallen into a daze. Lanju had lost just like that. Moreover, he had been defeated under the premise of using his best move, the Star Devourer art. This guy, how did he become so terrifying? Evil Moon clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat as he looked at the proud figure in the sky overlooking the courtyard. Back then, the ant that had almost no power to resist him had now defeated Di Shi, Di Ba, Evil Moon, and Sky Capital Peak's genius, Lanju. At this moment, the ant in his eyes was standing thousands of miles high in the sky, overlooking him. It was as if he, Evil Moon, had become an insignificant ant. His former role had been swapped with that of Zhuowen. Evil Moon's heart was filled with unwillingness, but it was useless. He had already deeply experienced how big the gap between him and Zhuowen was. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the surroundings. Countless students looked excitedly at the figure standing quietly in the void. This figure had undoubtedly created a record that was even more dazzling than Evelmun's. Chapter 1151. Emperors Tumimo Lingtian, Jia, Nan, Gatha, and Xian Xing were among the crowd. When they saw Zhuowen defeat Lanju, their minds instantly went blank. It's Big Brother Zhua. He defeated the inner yard Emperor stage genius. Lanju, Jia, Nan was the first to react. His face was flushed and his lips trembled. His voice was filled with excitement. Although Emo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xianxing did not speak, the shock on their faces was even greater than Jianan's. They had thought that their own progress was fast enough. They never imagined that Zhuowen would leave them far behind. Swoosh! Zhuowen slowly landed in the courtyard. His eyes were fixed on Elder Huaxia as he said, Elder Huaxia, I believe that I now have the qualifications to become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak. A clear and melodious voice unhurriedly rang out in the courtyard, breaking the frozen atmosphere in the courtyard. This caused the gazes of everyone in the courtyard to turn towards the calm Zhuowen. Swoosh! The 5 geniuses of Sky Capital Peak came to Lanju's side and helped him up. Among them, a white-robed man with tied hair had a sharp gaze. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, You still have the face to mention the matter of a nominal disciple? You have injured junior brother Lanju to such an extent. Your methods are so vicious. What qualifications do you have to enter Sky Capital Peak? Oh, didn't senior brother Lanju say, at the beginning? In our duel, if I lose, I will hand over the Azura battle halberd with both hands. If I win, I will become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak. I believe that all of you heard it right. Now that I have one, are you going to renege on your debt? Zhuowen's eyes turned cold as he icily said, "Our sky capital peak does not need a vicious disciple like you." The white-clothed young man opened his mouth again. However, he was interrupted by Elder Huaxia before he could finish. Elder Huaxia took a deep look at Zhuowen. Soon after, he smiled and said, "You are Zhuowen, right? Your talent is indeed not bad. You are qualified to become an in-name disciple of Sky Capital Peak. This is the in-name disciple jade token. Take it." With a wave of his sleeve, Elder Huaxia took out a jade talisman and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen received the jade talisman. His eyes were extremely calm, and there was no other expression on his face. In his opinion, he deserved this jade talisman. "Elder, the white-clothed young man's expression froze slightly as he involuntarily opened his mouth to speak. Needless to say, Lan Zhu should be willing to admit defeat and not let you act shamelessly. Elder Huaxia coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly left the courtyard. When the white-clothed young man heard Elder Huaxia's words, he could only remain silent in embarrassment. He viciously glared at Zhuowen before leading Lan Zhu and the rest out of the courtyard with Elder Huaxia. "Zhuowen, it seems like you have gained quite a lot from the origin battle in the outside world." The dean laughed out loud as he approached Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Zhuowen's performance had greatly exceeded his expectations. It could even be said that it had given him a great surprise. Not only had Zhuowen defeated the number 1 heavenly sovereign, Xieyu, but he had also defeated Lan Zhu, an emperor realm genius from the inner yard. The dean was naturally pleasantly surprised. Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin also came to Zhuowen's side. The two of them looked at Zhuowen with admiration. The strength that Zhuowen had displayed had indeed surprised the two of them. On the other hand, Xieyu, Di Ba, and Di Shi, who had been left to the side, were constantly changing their expressions. With a cold snort, they left the courtyard. It was meaningless for them to stay there, so they might as well leave. Zhuowen did not pay attention to Xieyu and the other two who had left. Instead, he continued to chat with the dean and the other two. "Dean, may I know when the Sky Capital Peak disciples will enter the inner yard?" Zhuowen suddenly asked with a smile. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Zhuowen desired to enter the inner yard more than anyone else because there was a beautiful figure that he had always wanted to pursue. The dean shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be so soon. Some of the other disciples in the outer yard still need to undergo other tests. You will have to wait a little longer. Moreover, Hui Xie and the others have another purpose for coming here." Another purpose? Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, an interested expression appeared in his eyes. Elder Huaxia had brought along 6 Sky Capital Peak geniuses this time around, which was indeed a little excessive. It turned out that he had another motive other than recruiting in-name disciples. "Do you know that there is an emperor's tomb at the center of the Misery Sea?" The dean asked in a low voice. "Emperor's tomb? What's that?" Zhuowen was stunned. It was the first time that he had heard of this so-called Emperor's Tomb. Emperor's Tomb. As the name implies, it is the tomb of Emperor Realm experts. This Emperor's Tomb is very famous in the Misery Sea. It's normal that you don't know about it, since you have just arrived in the Misery Sea, Moyan Wushang suddenly said. The dean nodded and said, "Wushang is right. The Emperor's Tomb is the tomb of Emperor Realm experts. Countless Emperor Realm experts are buried there. According to legend, the Emperor's Tomb was once the most prosperous and largest island in the Misery Sea. It was also the most powerful force in the Misery Sea. This island is called the Emperor Domain. It is a terrifying force that is comparable to the great forces in the 9th Netherworld realm. The number of Emperor Realm experts there is no less than that of the inner yard. There are even sage-to-be existences there. When the emperor domain existed, it ruled the entire Misery Sea. That was a long time ago. At that time, the outer yard had not opened up the wonderful God Island in the Misery Sea. However, for some reason, the emperor domain disappeared overnight and sank into the depths of the Misery Sea. The reason is even more mysterious. After the emperor domain sank into the Misery Sea, a strange and deathly silent building would emerge from the bottom of the Misery Sea every 300 years. We called that building the Emperor's Tomb. There are many inheritances of Emperor realm experts in the Emperor's Tomb. There is even the existence of the Emperor's Heart. It is said that this thing can directly promote a heavenly venerable realm expert to the Emperor realm. It is an extremely heaven-defying thing. In addition, there are many Emperor weapons, cultivation methods, spiritual medicines, and many other treasures that are not available in the outside world. The Emperor's Tomb can be said to be a warrior's paradise. You can get everything that you can't normally get in there. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He said in a deep voice, "Dean, do you mean that the other goal of Elder Huatia's group is the Emperor's Tomb in the center of the Misery Sea?" "Yes, not only Elder Huatia, but all the warriors on the countless islands in the Misery Sea will gather at the center of the Misery Sea on the day the Emperor's Tomb appears," the dean said seriously. "Emperor's Tomb? Dean, may I know when the Emperor's Tomb will appear?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. "Soon, approximately 3 months later. Huatia plans to bring the nominal disciples back to the Inner Academy after 3 months in the Emperor's Tomb. Therefore, if you want to go to the Inner Academy, you can only do so after the Emperor's Tomb. However, with your strength and talent, you can enter the Emperor's Tomb and give it a try. Perhaps you will be able to obtain some opportunities." The dean shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Thank you for your reminder, Dean. I will give it a try after 3 months." Zhuowen cupped his hands together. After discussing some specific matters regarding the Emperor's Tomb with the dean, he left the courtyard. What made Zhuowen feel somewhat helpless was that Moyan Wushang and Qingyin actually followed behind him like 2 followers. "Miss Wushang, Miss Qingyin, is there anything else?" Zhuowen stopped and looked at the 2 girls as he asked, "Zhuowen, you are so strong and talented. Why don't you come with us to the Emperor's Tomb in 3 months? That way, we can take care of each other." Before Moyan Wushang could say anything, Soft Note hurriedly stated her purpose. Although Moyan Wushang did not speak, the hope in her beautiful eyes showed that she had the same idea as Qingyin. Hearing this, Zhuowen pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay." However, before going to the Emperor's Tomb, "I have something to do. I don't know if I can make it in time for the Emperor's Tomb to open in 3 months. If I can, I will definitely look for the 2 of you." "What do you have that is more important than the Emperor's Tomb?" Qingyin asked curiously. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed and said, "Zhuowen, are you planning to return to the Qingxian Empire?" Zhuowen didn't reply. He nodded lightly, but his sharp gaze was fixed in a certain direction. That direction was where the Qingxian Empire was located. Back then, Zhuowen wasn't strong enough and was forced to flee pathetically by the Qing Emperor. Now that Zhuowen had the strength to kill second-level martial emperors, he naturally planned to return to the Qingxian Empire to take revenge. Moreover, Zhuowen was worried about the situation of Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. After all, the 2 of them had left on the bronze paper kites and should not have gone too far. In addition, the 2 of them were heavily injured and they were still in the territory of the Qingxian Empire. Zhuowen was really worried that the 2 of them would be caught by the Qing Emperor. "Then I will go with you." Moyan Wushang bit her lower lip and said softly. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "This is my own matter. Miss Wushang, it is better for you not to get involved." When the emperor's tomb opens, and I am not back yet if Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the others also intend to enter, I hope that Miss Wushang can take care of them. Seeing that Zhuowen had rejected her, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of the 4 of them for you." "Thank you very much, Miss Wushang." Zhuowen cupped his hands gratefully and immediately took a step forward. He broke through the sky and left the academy. Why is this guy leaving so quickly? Where is he going? Qingyin looked at the figure that broke through the sky, and her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She could not help but ask Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang shook his head and said, "Qingyin, this is Zhuowen's private matter. It is better for us not to ask." Hearing this, Qingyin pouted and said hatefully, "If you don't ask, then don't ask. This guy is always so mysterious. Let's go. We will wait for the emperor's tomb to open in 3 months. Perhaps we will be able to obtain an opportunity and break through the shackles of the heavenly sovereign and advance to imperial power," Moyan Wushang said with a smile. "You are right. Now we have to prepare for the battle of the emperor's tomb. This is a crucial opportunity for us to advance to imperial power." Chapter 1152. Back to Qingxian after leaving the academy, Zhuowen summoned Ziyang, Bai Mei, and Huang Liang through the communication jade token. He planned to bring all 5 of them back to the Qingxian Empire. Swoosh, swoosh. "Master!" In a spacious street in the main city, Ziyang, together with Bai Mei, Huang Liang, Guanghan, and Xia, landed in front of Zhuowen, kneeled on one knee, and said respectfully in unison. At this moment, the 5 of them, including Ziyang, were looking at Zhuowen with reverence. Ziyang had already told Bai Mei and the other 3 about what had happened on Azura Island. Zhuowen was able to kill Xue Tufu, who was a 2nd-level emperor, even though he had yet to reach the emperor realm. Even in the 9 Netherworld realm, where experts were as common as clouds, such a battle record would make him a monstrous genius. Ziyang and the other 4 all felt that it was worth it to follow such a monstrous genius with a limitless future. Currently, they were already willing to become Zhuowen's servants from the bottom of their hearts. "Follow me to the Qingxian Empire," Zhuowen said indifferently. He flicked his sleeves and walked along the street toward the city gate. Ziyang and the other 4 shuddered when they heard this. They knew that Zhuowen was going to take revenge and settle the score with Emperor Qing. The 5 of them looked at each other and followed Zhuowen silently. When the 6 of them arrived at the dock, Zhuowen took out the Sun-Moon shuttle and opened the cabin door. After letting Ziyang into the back seat, he said to Bai Mei and the other 3, "The 4 of you go to the dock and buy tickets to the desolate ancient city. We will meet there." After saying that, Zhuowen entered the Sun-Moon shuttle. After starting it up, the Sun-Moon shuttle shot into the sky like a shooting star, rushing towards the depths of the Bitter Sea. The blue tail of the shuttle dragged long in the air, looking extremely dazzling. Bai Mei and the other 3 looked enviously at the Sun-Moon shuttle that was heading toward the depths of the Sea of Misery. The 4 of them quickly walked to the dock and bought tickets to the desolate ancient city. "Master, with the speed of the Sun and Moon shuttle, it will take about 10 days to reach the ancient barren city. But if Bai Mei and the other 3 take the boundless sailboat, it will take about 15 days. In the back seat, Ziyang whispered to Zhuowen, "Then let's wait in the desolate ancient city for 5 days." Zhuowen nodded. After discussing some matters with Ziyang, his mind sank into his sea of consciousness. He intended to use this period of time to study the river diagram array in the Jade Cauldron. After all, the might of the river diagram formation that Master Mu Feng revealed earlier was truly terrifying, and Zhuowen naturally had no reason to not cultivate it. However, Zhuowen still found it a little strange that Master Mufeng wanted him to cultivate the river diagram array in such a hurry. However, this strange thought only flashed through his mind. Zhuowen's mind was completely focused on the river diagram array. The desolate ancient city was still bustling with flowers and streams of people. The Sea of Bitterness was a stark contrast to the bustling, desolate ancient city. Swoosh! An air-rending sound burst out from the Sea of Bitterness. The sharp whistling sound immediately attracted the attention of many warriors in the ancient city. When they discovered that the sun and moon shuttle had broken through the Sea of Bitterness, a startled look appeared in their eyes. Is that the sun and moon shuttle? I wonder which lord has come to the desolate ancient city from the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. When they saw that the sun and moon shuttle had arrived in the desolate ancient city, countless warriors broke out into whispers. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, as they wanted to see the true face of the warriors in the sun and moon shuttle. Creak! The door of the shuttle opened, and two figures appeared in front of the crowd. The person in the lead was dressed in a long black robe. He looked extremely young, no more than 22 years old. The other person was dressed in a purple robe. He was also quite young, about 27 or 28 years old. Moreover, what made many people in the desolate ancient city fearful was that the aura of these two people was extremely powerful and terrifying, especially the purple-clothed youth behind the black-robed man. The emperor's aura that he unintentionally exuded made many people's hearts tremble. On the other hand, the black-robed youth's cultivation should be at the peak of the heavenly master realm. However, the purple-clothed youth, whose cultivation should be at the emperor realm, was obediently following behind the black-robed youth. Needless to say, the black-robed youth should be the master. After putting away the sun and moon shuttle, Zhuowen ignored the surrounding warriors and found an inn in the desolate ancient city with Xiang. He planned to wait here for 5 days. 5 days passed by slowly. During this period of time, Zhuowen had basically been comprehending the river diagram formation. Master Mufeng had already passed down the detailed technique of the river diagram formation to Zhuowen a long time ago, so during this half a month of time, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest feeling of stagnation when cultivating the river diagram formation, and it was instead extremely smooth. On the 5th day, by May, Huang Liang and the other two arrived at the desolate ancient city on the boundless sailboat. Through the communication jade token, they met up with Zhuowen and Xiang in the inn. In the inn, Zhuowen looked at Bai Mei, Huang Liang, Guang Han, and Xie with a satisfied expression. The four of them had made good progress in their cultivation. They had all reached the peak of the heavenly master realm, the same cultivation as Zhuowen. Of course, in terms of combat strength, the four of them could not catch up. Master, Emperor Qing is an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main palace. Although his position in the main palace is quite low, he is still a member of the main palace. He must have some powerful trump cards in his hands and knows some people in the main palace. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to deal with Emperor Qing when we return this time, Xiang said with some concern. Zhuowen nodded and said, I know about this too. However, I have another reason for returning to the Qing Xian Empire this time. I want to find Brother Han Tian and Elder Shi Yuan. I also want to see if there is a chance to save my father. Thinking of Zhuo Xiaotian, Zhuowen's eyes showed a trace of sadness. He was getting closer and closer to the imperial power realm. He could feel Zhuo Xiaotian's strength. Zhuo Xiaotian's cultivation was most likely at the high-level imperial realm, which was much stronger than Emperor Qing. However, Zhuo Xiaotian was willing to be sealed in the 18th level of the imperial city dungeon by Emperor Qing. Obviously, This was related to his mother's secret. Therefore, when he returned this time, he had to find out everything. Who is my mother? Sighing in his heart, Zhuowen slowly got up and stepped out of the inn. Ziyang and the other four looked at each other and followed behind him silently without hesitation. Outside the desolate ancient city, there were many ancient formations. These ancient formations were teleportation formations that were connected to other regions of the Eastern Land. Among them, there was a teleportation formation that led to the Azure Xian Empire. After paying a certain amount of spiritual stones, Zhuowen and his group of 6 gradually disappeared in the light of the teleportation formation. In a small town at the border of the Azure Xian Empire, 6 mysterious figures in long black robes appeared in a ray of light. As soon as the 6 of them appeared, they flew towards the imperial city of the Azure Xian Empire. These 6 people were Zhuowen and his group. When they set off for the Azure Xian Empire, they were dressed like this, mainly to fool others. With the cultivation of Zhuowen and his group, it was easy for them to reach the imperial city from the border of the Azure Xian Empire. Furthermore, the moment Zhuowen arrived at the Azure Xian Empire, he activated the communication jade amulet of the Flame Emperor of the Yen Xian Empire. He told the Flame Emperor some things, and the 2 of them reached an agreement. Back then, when Zhuowen's identity was recognized by the Flame Emperor, the 2 of them had an agreement. That was, once Zhuowen succeeded in his studies and wanted to return to the Azure Xian Empire to seek revenge, the Flame Emperor would lend him a hand. Of course, the Flame Emperor would not help Zhuowen for free. What he wanted was almost half of the resources and 1/3 of the territory of the Azure Xian Empire. Although the conditions were harsh, Zhuowen still agreed. He knew that it would be difficult for him to conquer the Azure Xian Empire alone. He had to borrow the power of the Flame Emperor. Furthermore, Zhuowen believed that the Flame Emperor must have found out about some of his deeds in the outer yard through Mo Lingtian. With the talent and potential that Zhuowen had displayed, the Flame Emperor would definitely befriend him and help him conquer the Azure Xian Empire. After receiving the Flame Emperor's affirmative reply, Zhuowen and his group of 6 headed to the imperial city. He planned to wait quietly in the imperial city. Zhuowen, must destroy the Azure Xian Empire with his own hands. The imperial city was still as bustling as before, with streams of people flowing through it. Zhuowen's group of 6 paid the entrance fee and entered the imperial city. Naturally, Zhuowen had also used the 100 Transformation Divine art to change his appearance. After all, Zhuowen had done so many sensational things in the imperial city that many cultivators would be able to recognize him. If he did not change his appearance, he would undoubtedly be courting death. After finding an inn, the 6 of them gathered around a table. Zhuowen said in a low voice, "The Flame Emperor is preparing to recruit and will need about half a month's time. Moreover, the Flame Emperor also plans to bring the experts of the Azure Xian Empire to the imperial city to meet with us. Therefore, we will wait quietly for half a month and do not act rashly." Ziyang and the other 4 nodded solemnly. The 5 of them had followed the Azure Emperor for a long time and had some understanding of how terrifying the Azure Emperor was. Although the Azure Emperor was a 2nd-level martial emperor, he was an outer elder of the Azure Dragon Main Palace and had some trump cards. In addition, the Azure Emperor was a scheming fellow. Therefore, it would be difficult to deal with such an existence. During this period of time, the 5 of you helped me pay attention to the news about Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan. Once there is news about them, inform me immediately, Zhuowen said solemnly. "Yes, Master." Ziyang and the other 4 nodded. After discussing for a while, each of them left their communication jade tokens and walked out of the inn to gather information. On the other hand, Zhuowen was strolling on the streets of the royal capital, looking at the familiar buildings around him. His eyes were filled with emotions. It had been 2 years since he was forced to leave the Qing Xian Empire. Although the royal capital hadn't changed in these 2 years, the people had changed. When Zhuowen walked past the corner of the street, he saw a rather magnificent building from the corner of his eye. Then, his right foot stiffened in midair. The building at the corner was a pavilion that occupied a large area. In front of the Vermilion Gate, there were 2 groups of gorgeously dressed ladies who were enthusiastically soliciting passers-by. Chapter 1153. Every year changes. Drunken Spring Pavilion. Zhuowen muttered the 3 words on the signboard in a low voice, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. When he had first entered the imperial city, he had stayed in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Zhuowen could still vividly remember the people he met in the Drunken Spring Pavilion: Mother Su, Luer, Moyan Wushang, and Mu Qinxue. At that time, Mu Qinxue had changed her name to Mu Shui. I wonder how she is doing in the inner academy. Zhuowen's gaze gradually became blurred as he softly muttered with a smile. Young master, why don't you enter the Drunken Spring Pavilion to play? Suddenly, at the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, a gorgeously dressed lady walked in front of Zhuowen and grabbed his right hand, intending to pull him into the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his right hand, a wave of energy gushed out. The lady was instantly forced to take a few steps back as she looked at Zhuowen with a frightened gaze. All right, I'll go in and play. Zhuowen nodded, brushed past the lady, and entered the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The attire inside the Drunken Spring Pavilion had not changed much compared to 2 years ago. Everything was the same as before. However, the beautiful lady who guarded the entrance was no longer there, and the shy Luer was also no longer there. All that entered Zhuowen's eyes were strangers. Miss Meow is performing today. Let's go take a look. Really? Since it's Miss Meow, we have to go take a look. However, I heard that the 3rd prince of the imperial city, Huangfu Wuk, is also here. Yes, Prince Wuk came especially for Miss Meow. It's said that he plans to bring Miss Meow into the harem in front of everyone today. Then Miss Meow is going to suffer. Prince Wuk is famous for being fickle. Once she's brought into the harem, I'm afraid that she will soon be neglected. The conversation between the 2 attracted Zhuowen's attention. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen followed the flow of people towards the Windflower District. Zhuowen had heard of this Huangfu Wuk before. Amongst the many princes of the imperial family, his talent was only below that of Huangfu Wuji and Huangfu Wudao. However, Huangfu Wuk was still young and his cultivation wasn't high. Thus, he hadn't been able to participate in the Blue Emperor Proclamation. In the center of the Windflower region, there was still a stage that took up a lot of space. Around the stage, there were many pavilions and pavilions. These pavilions were already filled with people. Those who could sit in the pavilions were basically the high-ranking officials and dignitaries of the Qing Xian Empire. However, among these pavilions, there was a tallest building. At the edge of the building, there were soldiers in armor surrounding the building. Their cold gazes were fixed on the surroundings. Within the building, a 19-year-old youth sat on a chair that was decorated with jewels. In front of him, there was a golden table with various vegetables and fruits on it. Beside the youth stood 2 elders in long robes. The auras of these 2 elders weren't weak, and their eyes were filled with a frightening glow. Zhuowen saw that quite a number of people in the surroundings had gathered their gazes on the young man. At the same time, they were also emitting traces of whispers. He knew that the young man sitting on the jeweled chair should be Huangfu Wuk. Huangfu Wuk's cultivation level was not very high. He was roughly at the mystique venerable realm. However, the two elders behind Huangfu Wuk had pretty good cultivation levels. They were both at the Golden Venerable realm. Back then, the Qing Emperor announced to the public that there were only 5 heavenly supremes in the imperial family. In reality, other than Ziyang and the other 4, there should be other heavenly supremes. It's just that they haven't revealed themselves yet. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He had heard many things about the Qing Emperor's imperial family from Ziyang. He knew that the Qing Emperor wasn't simple. Hence, when he returned to the Qing Xian Empire this time, Zhuowen was extremely cautious. After waiting for a while, the large curtain at the back of the central stage was suddenly pulled open slowly. Soon after, numerous graceful female dancers began to dance gracefully on the stage, just like butterflies dancing freely in a cluster of flowers. There were about 30 dancers lined up at the edge of the stage. Their graceful dance and melodious music filled the eyes and ears of the surrounding people at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of the zither stopped. After 10 breaths of time, the resounding sound of the zither suddenly rang out. Then, a figure that was like a dazzling butterfly among 10,000 flowers floated out from behind the curtain and landed in the center of the stage. Lady Miao is on stage. Ever since Lady Moyan Wushang mysteriously disappeared from the Drunken Spring Pavilion, only Lady Miao's dance can be compared to Lady Wushang. The moment this stunning figure appeared in the center of the stage, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. Many people revealed a trace of infatuation in their eyes. Even Huangfu Wuk's eyes flickered with excitement when he saw this figure appear. It was as if he had seen a peerless treasure. When Zhuowen's gaze also landed on this lady, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. This lady was wrapped in a light green luxurious dress with a white gauze on the outside, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbones. The creases of her dress were like snow. Moonlight flowed gently on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, causing her gait to be even more graceful and beautiful. Her long black hair was tied up with a hairband and a butterfly hairpin. A strand of black hair hung in front of her chest. She had a thin layer of makeup, which only added color. The faintly discernible redness on her cheeks created a kind of delicate and cute pure skin that was like a flower petal. Her entire person was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, and also like a clear and transparent ice. This lady's temperament was like ethereal flowing water, giving people a spacious and comfortable feeling. Even Zhuowen's gaze almost sank into her at first glance. However, when Zhuowen's gaze moved up and landed on this lady's exquisite face, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "It's Lure," Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. This lady was 17 or 18 years old. Although more than 2 years had passed, Zhuowen still recognized this lady as the somewhat immature Miao Lu from back then. Back then, when Zhuowen had just entered the Drunken Spring Pavilion, it was Lu who had led him to the Shuiyu area's lodgings. At that time, Lu was only about 15 years old and was still an ignorant girl. Now that 2 years had passed, she had actually become so slender and elegant, the current Miao Lu. Even Zhuowen felt a trace of amazement. It seemed that the saying, "a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood," wasn't just for show. Miao Lu's figure was so soft that it was as if there were no bones. When she slightly danced, it gave people a kind of gentle beauty. The audience couldn't help but be immersed in Miao Lu's graceful dance. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, the audience entered a strange state. Zhuowen quietly stood in the crowd, admiring Miao Lu's dance. Experiencing the state of the dance, he couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart. Miao Lu's dance was actually not inferior to Moyan of Wushang's. The only difference should be the cultivation of the two. As the song ended, Miao Lv's graceful dance also came to an end. However, the crowd felt that it wasn't enough. When the zither music finally stopped, the crowd began to applaud and cheer in unison, praising Miao Lv's dance as unparalleled under the heavens. Standing in the middle of the stage, Miao Lu's slender jade-like hands were placed on her shoulders. She slightly bowed to the surrounding people, then lightly opened her vermilion lips and said in a clear voice, "This little girl is willing to present another song to everyone. I wonder if everyone is willing to listen to this song of mine?" Miss Miao Lu took the initiative to present a song. How can we not reward her? Huangfu Wuk slowly stood up, the corners of his mouth revealing a scholarly smile as he spoke in a clear voice. The people around the stage also agreed. They were all willing to listen to the song that Miao Lu took the initiative to present. Then, "Thank you very much for giving me this honor." Miao Lu slightly bowed and merely nodded to Huangfu Wuk. After that, she no longer paid any attention to him. This caused Huangfu Wuk's expression to become slightly awkward, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. At that moment, another group of people walked out from the curtain. There were 10 people in this group, and they were all burly men with bulging muscles. These 10 burly men each carried a large drum that was half the height of a person. Boom, boom, boom. Under Miao Lu's command, the 10 burly men very tacitly started to beat the drums. The distant sound of the drums started to spread out from the center of the stage. The sound of the drums contained boundless excitement and was also filled with boundless sorrow and victory songs. It was as if the moment the drums were raised, the stage was no longer a stage, but a battlefield. On the battlefield, the sound of drums, the clashing of weapons, the neighing of horses, and the cries of warriors. Everyone was immersed in the sound of the drums. It was as if they were in the middle of a battlefield. Their hearts also started to beat violently, and their gazes were also filled with excitement. While drunk, I look at the sword under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn and link the camp. 800 miles under my command, 50 bowstrings flipping over the Great Wall. On the battlefield, soldiers gather in the autumn. The horses fly quickly. The bow is like a thunderbolt. The string is frightening. Accomplishing the matters of the world, winning fame in life and death. A melodious song slowly came out from Miao Lu's cherry lips. The clear and melodious voice of a beauty formed a sharp contrast with the vigorous and intense sound of the drums. It set off the sorrow and helplessness of the battlefield. For a moment, a trace of sorrow appeared in the hearts of countless people, and mist started to spread out from their eyes. This girl, listening to the sound of the drums and Miao Lu's clear and melodious voice, Zhuowen, who was in the crowd, smiled. His eyes revealed a trace of emotion. This song was the song that Zhuowen sang when he opened the morning bell and evening drum for Moyan Wushang. He did not expect that this little girl, Miao Lu, would actually remember this song and even make an adaptation. While everyone was still immersed in this tragic song, Miao Lv's voice slowly faded away. However, there was a trace of sadness in her beautiful eyes. 2 years ago, she once looked at that domineering and unruly figure below the stage. He struck the morning bell and evening drum and passionately sang this song. This song was something that Miao Lu would never be able to forget. Thus, after that day, she memorized this song and worked hard to learn how to dance and sing. Finally, today, she brought this song to the stage where that figure stood 2 years ago. Flowers are the same every year, but people are different every year. Chapter 1154. Huangfu Wuk Pa Pa Pa. Applause suddenly resounded on the spacious stage. Huangfu Wuk stood up and said in a clear voice, "Lady Miao Lu, This song is impassioned and goes straight to the heart. It's wonderful, wonderful. For Miss Meow to be able to compose such a song, I'm full of admiration." Many of the martial artists on the stage also nodded in agreement. This song had indeed resonated with their hearts, causing them to be immersed in the artistic conception of the battlefield. Meow LV bowed slightly but shook her head. Meow LV didn't create this song. Oh, it wasn't Miss Meow who created it. Which expert created it? Huang Fu Wuk was startled at first, but then he asked with a smile. "Zhuowen," Meow LV said indifferently. Once these words were spoken, the entire stage fell into silence. Even Huang Fu Wuk's expression froze. The name Zhuowen had already become a taboo in the Qing Xian Empire. This was because not only had he killed the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao, in front of everyone in the imperial capital, disobeying the will of the Azure Emperor, he had even trespassed into the imperial capital's dungeon and released many criminals. Back then, almost all the martial artists in the Qing Xian Empire knew about the battle between Zhuowen and the Azure Arch. That battle was tragic and shocking. The 5 heavenly venerables of the imperial city had all been killed by Zhuowen alone. Even though Zhuowen had lost against the Azure Emperor, it was an extremely glorious defeat. This was because Zhuowen had forced the Azure Emperor to use his Life Emperor weapon to deal with him. Although Zhuowen had lost this battle, it was still a glorious defeat. At that time, Zhuowen was merely a supreme being. With such a cultivation, it was already an extremely exaggerated miracle for him to kill 5 heavenly venerables and force the Azure Emperor to use his natal emperor artifact, the Peach Blossom Diagram. Just imagine which supreme being in the Azure Mystic Empire could kill heavenly venerables and even have the qualifications to exchange blows with a sovereign realm cultivator. How dare you mention Zhuowen's name? You deserve to die. The armored soldiers surrounding Huang Fu Wuk's pavilion all drew their weapons. Their gazes were eerily cold as they stared at Meow LV. Killing intent filled the entire stage, causing quite a few people's expressions to change slightly. They could not help but back away. Facing the murderous soldiers in front of her, Meow LV smiled and said fearlessly, "What? Do I have to be killed even if I tell the truth?" Huang Fu Wuk furrowed his brows slightly. He slowly placed his hands behind his back and said to Meow LV, "Miss Meow LV, the name Zhuowen is a taboo. I think you know the consequences of saying this name in public, right?" Meow Lu sneered. So what if he knows? So what if he didn't know? This breaking array was created by Big Brother Zhuowen. Back then, Big Brother Zhuowen made a bet here with the second prince, Huang Fu Wuji. In the end, he used this breaking array to successfully switch the morning bell and evening drum, winning the bet. Isn't this the truth? Your Highness, this girl is too daring. She actually dared to mention the taboo word again and again. If we don't kill her, we won't be able to explain ourselves. An old man beside Huang Fu Wuk narrowed his eyes and coldly said. Huang Fu Wuk shook his head. Soon after, he stared at Meow LV and said with a smile, "Miss Meow, you also know that by saying the taboo word Zhuowen, you have already angered everyone. How about this? I have a way to let you off the hook. If you are willing to become my concubine, I will not blame you for mentioning the taboo word again and again. How about it?" Huang Fu Wuk said with a light smile. Meow LV slightly raised her head. Her watery eyes emitted a cold light as she disdainfully said, "Third prince, compared to your 2 elder brothers, you are far inferior. Not to mention Big Brother Zhuowen. I would rather die than become your concubine." Hearing these words, a vein popped out on Huang Fu Wuk's forehead. He coldly said, "Don't compare me to that bastard Zhuowen. That guy is nothing more than a stray dog. He was forced to leave the Qing Xian Empire by Emperor Qing. That stray dog has probably already died in a foreign land. How can a dead person compare to me? You are indeed unable to compare to Big Brother Zhuowen. You can't even compare to a single hair on his head. Comparing you to him is simply an insult to him. Miao LV replied without the slightest fear. Good, good, good. You have forced me to do this. Huang Fuwuk flew into a rage. He pointed at Miao LV and said to the surrounding soldiers, Capture her. Be careful not to hurt her. Yes, Your Highness. Over 10 armored soldiers rushed onto the stage like monkeys. The spears in their hands emitted a cold light as they pointed at Miao LV in the center. Huang Fuwuk's eyes emitted a perverted light as he thought to himself, Miao LV, once you fall into my hands, don't even think about escaping. You will be at my mercy. He he. Lady Miao is in danger. Huang Fuwuk's motive for coming here was originally not pure. Now, Huang Fuwuk has even more reason to capture her. Many people in the surrounding frowned. Although they disliked Huang Fuwuk's actions, no one stood out. After all, Huang Fuwuk was a prince of the imperial family. Once he was offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the approaching soldiers, Miao LV's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. However, she did not retreat. Hidden in her right sleeve was a dagger that emitted a cold light. She knew that with her low cultivation, she was definitely not a match for these soldiers and Huang Fuwuk. Once she was captured, she did not even need to think to know that her fate would be extremely miserable. Rather than being humiliated to death by Huang Fuwuk, she would rather commit suicide. However, it was a pity that she would not be able to see that unforgettable figure again before she died. I am already satisfied to be able to sing Big Brother. Schwa's song once again. Miao LV softly muttered. She waved her right hand, and the dagger flew towards her own chest. Stop her! Huang Fuwuk shouted. He naturally noticed Miao LV's suicidal actions. Immediately, over 10 soldiers shouted and rushed towards Miao LV, wanting to stop her from committing suicide. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly flew over. Then, Miao LV felt that her right hand that was holding the dagger was grabbed by a broad and thick hand. The dagger in her hand was also snatched away. At the same time, the 10 or so soldiers who were rushing over felt a terrifying gust of wind blow towards them. Then, they involuntarily spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. They heavily smashed onto the ground below the stage. Their bodies rolled as they groaned in pain. Who are you? Miao LV was startled at first. Then, her beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance as she stared at Zhuowen and asked coldly. She had never seen this young man before. However, for some reason, this person gave her a rather familiar feeling. Little girl, you led the way for me at the Drunken Spring Pavilion for so long. Don't you recognize me? Zhuowen tilted his head. The muscles on his face twitched slightly as he revealed a trace of a gentle smile towards Miao LV. You are Big Brother Zhuowen. Miao LV was startled at first. Then she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She actually managed to see the person she wanted to see the most at the last moment. At this moment, happiness came too suddenly for her. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the imperial family's business? Huang Fuwuk coldly looked down at Zhuowen and angrily shouted, The person who will kill you. Zhuowen withdrew his gaze from Miao LV and indifferently glanced at Huang Fuwuk. His clear and melodious voice resounded throughout the entire stage. Kill me? What a joke! Xianming elders, kill this arrogant brat. Huang Fuwuk was so angry that he laughed as he ordered the 2 elders beside him. Your Highness, don't worry. This brat will definitely die. The two elders laughed sinisterly. Then, the aura of the golden exalted realm gushed out as they flew towards Zhuowen. Each of them used their strongest moves to greet Zhuowen. Whoosh! Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. He stomped his foot and shot out like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he brushed past the two elders. The seven murders blade had unknowingly appeared in his hand, and he unnoticeably slashed out twice. Slash! Slash! The two elders' figures suddenly froze in midair. Then, two pillars of blood violently shot out. Next, the two elders' necks hissed as they fell from midair and heavily smashed onto the ground. They struggled for a while before they died, with their eyes wide open. What? The Xianming elders died, just like that? Huangfu Wuk's body trembled as he looked at the Xianming elders, who were killed as soon as they attacked. He was practically stunned on the spot. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen was like a gust of wind as he arrived in front of Huangfu Wuk. His right hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Huangfu Wuk's neck. The difference between the two of them was too great. Huangfu Wuk was simply not a match for Zhuowen. He could only passively allow Zhuowen to grab him. Who exactly are you? I'm a prince of the imperial family. Do you dare to take the risk of offending the imperial family to kill me? Huangfu Wuk's face was pale, and his entire body trembled. However, he still used the imperial family to threaten Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen completely ignored Huangfu Wuk and said indifferently, "It's precisely because you're a member of the imperial family that I intend to kill you." Huangfu Wuk's gaze focused. Just as he was about to speak, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly exerted force, and a valiant origin energy exploded out. The clear sound of bones breaking resounded. Huangfu Wuk didn't even let out a groan before his neck bent, and he completely lost his breath. Bang! After killing Huangfu Wuk, Zhuowen swung his right hand and casually threw the corpse onto the ground. The muffled sound of the corpse smashing onto the ground resounded in the surroundings, causing many people to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Who exactly was this young man? He actually dared to kill a prince of the imperial family, Huangfu Wuk, in front of everyone. This was completely looking down on the imperial family and Emperor Qing. Let's go. After killing Huangfu Wuk, Zhuowen leaped onto the stage and pulled Miao LV's right hand. With a stomp of his foot, the two of them disappeared from the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The instant the two of them left, the Drunken Spring Pavilion was instantly thrown into chaos. The prince of the imperial family, Huangfu Wuk, had actually been killed within the pavilion. This news instantly spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial capital, spreading like wildfire. Chapter 1155. Heavenly Emperor. Wuk was killed by a mysterious young man. Deep in the throne room, Emperor Qing muttered to himself as he looked at the guard, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he appeared extremely calm. Your Highness Emperor Qing, this young man is extremely arrogant. He actually dares to look down on our imperial family. What should we do? The guard asked softly as he knelt on the ground. Emperor Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, "You may leave first. I will deal with this matter." The guard nodded when he heard this. He bowed and slowly withdrew from the large hall. Emperor Qing's eyes were cold as he stood quietly in the hall. He muttered to himself, "Do you really think that I don't know who you are?" The mysterious young man who killed our imperial family's prince, Zhuowen, the moment he arrived. This young man should be Zhuowen. This young man has a high-grade emperor weapon, Bloodblade. I'm afraid that he will be difficult to deal with. A trace of fear flashed in the Qing Supreme Emperor's eyes. He still remembered the scene when he, Supreme Jin, Supreme Lan, and Supreme Feng had besieged Zhuowen at the Unfettered Sect. At that time, Zhuowen had used a trace of divine sense left in the slaughtering oath-breaking blade to kill Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan in one fell swoop. If he, the Qing Supreme Emperor, had not noticed that something was amiss, he would not have been spared either. Fortunately, I have already made preparations. Even if this young man is fully prepared and comes for revenge, I will make sure that he does not return. A dense and cold voice gradually resounded throughout the entire great hall. Soon after, it was drowned out by the darkness in a rather remote alley in the imperial capital. Two figures fell into the alley like black lightning. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man wore a long black robe and had a chiseled face. Although he couldn't be said to be handsome, he was quite pleasing to the eye. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in an emerald green robe, and her pure white collarbone was slightly exposed. Her youthful face was flushed, and she looked extremely beautiful. These two people were Zhuowen and Miao LV. After Zhuowen took Miao LV away, he came to this quiet alley. The news of him killing Huang Fuwak had already spread throughout the imperial city. At this moment, the imperial city had already sent out teams of soldiers to conduct a carpet search in the vast imperial city to find the real murderer, Zhuowen. Miao LV stole a glance at Zhuowen before her. Her hands were clasped as she fell into silence. Or rather, she was so nervous that she did not know what to say. Zhuowen smiled when he saw Miao LV's way. He said gently, LV, I did not expect that you would still remember the formation after 2 years. LV, of course, brother Zhuo, brother. You're exaggerating. Back then, the lousy formation you created was indeed good. It was precisely because of this song of yours that Luer decided to work hard to learn music and dance. It was all for the sake of today, to recreate this impassioned song on the stage you stood on back then. Also, brother Zhuo, did you return to the Qing Xian Empire to look for the Qing Emperor? Miao LV stole a glance at Zhuowen as she spoke. She was very careful. The battle between Zhuowen and the Qing Emperor had spread throughout the Qing Xian Empire. She knew that if Zhuowen returned to the Qing Xian Empire, his only goal would be revenge. Yes, there are some things that I should settle with the Qing Emperor, Zhuowen said non-committally. Brother Zhuo, the Qing Emperor is too strong. You have not reached the Emperor realm yet. Are you his match? Miao LV frowned as she asked, worriedly. Zhuowen smiled lightheartedly and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, LV, I have something to ask you. Do you have any news about Brother Hantian and Elder Shiwan? Miao LV was stunned. She looked around and said, Brother Zhuo, you have found the right person. I should be one of the people who know about Elder Hantian and Elder Shiwan. Oh, you have news about them? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked quickly. Yes, Brother Zhuo, in the 2 years that you left, the structure of the Qing Xian Empire has changed a lot. In the Qing Xian Empire, many commanderies have rebelled. Among them, Muqin Commandery has started a tug-of-war with the imperial capital. These rebellious commanderies have called themselves the Celestial Empire, and the leader of the Celestial Empire is called the Heavenly Emperor. The Celestial Empire and the imperial capital have been fighting for almost 2 years. However, the imperial capital's forces are too strong. Although the Celestial Empire's forces are not small, they are unable to take down the imperial capital. The two forces have been in a stalemate. Miao LV looked at Zhuowen with a smile. She had already made it so obvious. Zhuowen should know about the Celestial Empire and the identity of the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that the Celestial Empire was established by Brother Hantian? Zhuowen suddenly realized, yes, the Celestial Empire was established by Elder Hantian and Elder Shiwan. When Elder Hantian and Elder Shiwan escaped from the imperial capital, they were wanted by the Qing Emperor. In the first year, the two of them had been hiding everywhere. It was extremely embarrassing. However, in the second year, Elder Hantian's cultivation broke through to the Second Heaven Emperor realm, and he rose to power. He killed all the people from the imperial capital who were chasing after them. Then, with Muqin Commandery as his base, he gathered the other commanderies and started to rebel. He wanted to overthrow the Qing Emperor's rule. Miao Elvi nodded and smiled. Brother Hantian has broken through. Hearing this, Zhuowen also smiled. Zhuowen naturally knew about Lu Hantian's talent. Back then, the latter's talent was second to none in the entire Qing Empire. It was just that he had been stuck at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm for many years. However, after accumulating and breaking through to the Emperor realm, Lu Hantian's talent was finally revealed. His cultivation speed in the Emperor realm was much faster than ordinary Emperor realm experts. In just a year, he had broken through to the Second Heaven Emperor realm. Moreover, it was in a place like the Qing Empire where the origin qi was not very abundant. This kind of speed was definitely monstrous. Elvia, can you take me to where Brother Hantian is? Zhuowen looked at Miao Lv with a smile. He knew that since the latter was so clear, she was probably from the Celestial Empire. Although he did not know why Elvir was still in the imperial capital, she should have other motives. Brother Zhua, there is a secret passage in the imperial capital that leads to the outside of the imperial capital. Once we walk out of the passage, there will be people from the Celestial Empire waiting for us. Just follow me later, Miao Lv said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head. At the same time, he used his communication jade talisman to summon Ziyang and the other four back, after which he followed behind Miao Lu and planned to leave the imperial city. According to Miao Lv, the secret passage existed in her room in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The group of 7 silently arrived at the Drunken Spring Pavilion once again. At this moment, the Drunken Spring Pavilion was already heavily guarded. After Huang Fuwuk was killed, the royal family was furious. They had sent a large number of soldiers to seal off the Drunken Spring Pavilion's vast territory. With the cultivation of Zhuowen, Ziyang, and the others, there was no problem sneaking into the Drunken Spring Pavilion in front of these ordinary soldiers. As a result, the group of 7 smoothly entered Miao Lv's room. Bringing so many men into her room, all of a sudden, Miao Lv felt a little embarrassed. Her face was flushed red, but she also knew that this was a serious matter. Although she was shy, she still acted in a natural manner. Miao Lv's room was rather elegant. The room was filled with the refreshing fragrance of sandalwood. Miao Lv came to the bedside and groped around the pillow. The sound of grinding gears rang out, and a cave that was just big enough to accommodate one person appeared in the middle of the bed. Within the cave was a dark tunnel. This tunnel should be the secret passage that Miao Lv mentioned that led to the outside world. Follow me, Miao Lv said softly, and took the lead to enter the tunnel. Zhuowen followed closely behind without any hesitation. Ziyang and the other 4 also followed behind one after another, entering the tunnel. After the 7 of them entered the tunnel that was originally open closed once again, returning to its original state. After entering the tunnel, Miao Lv took out a match and brought a dim yellow light to the pitch-black tunnel. The tunnel was rather deep. The group silently walked for over an hour before finally exiting the tunnel. Outside the exit was a dense forest. Dozens of miles ahead of the forest was the behemoth-like imperial capital. Zhuowen and the others knew that they had already left the imperial capital. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 black figures swept over from above the tunnel. After circling a few times in the air, they landed in front of Zhuowen, Miao LV, and the others. Taking a closer look, Zhuowen discovered that the 3 black figures were actually birds made of bronze. The surface of the bronze birds flashed with the light of runes. Clearly, they were transportation tools made by some arcana master. 3 figures walked down from the 3 bronze birds. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was over 50 years old. His hair was slightly white, and there was a trace of intimidating light in his eyes. The remaining man and woman were not very old. They should be around 20 years old. The 3 of them came in front of Miao LV. First, they smiled at Miao LV, and then their gazes landed on Zhuowen and the others. These 6 are... The middle-aged man pointed at Zhuowen and the others and said with some confusion. The 3 of them had actually received Miao LV's signal and hurried over to pick up Miao LV, but they didn't expect that Miao LV would bring along 6 strangers they didn't know. Hee, Uncle Lu, the 6 of them are on our side. You will know when we return to the Celestial Empire. Miao LV did not immediately reveal Zhuowen's identity. Instead, she pretended to be mysterious. The middle-aged man, called Uncle Lu, raised his eyebrows and shook his head with a smile. Girl, you still like to keep people in suspense. But since you think there's no problem, then there shouldn't be a problem. Come on, let's return to the Celestial Empire together. As he spoke, Uncle Lu leaped onto the bronze bird and called out to Miao LV, Zhuowen, and the others. Big brother Zhua, let's get on Uncle Lu's bronze bird. Miao LV smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. Her jade-like hand held onto Zhuowen's right hand, and she enthusiastically pulled him onto Uncle Lu's bronze bird. Chapter 1156. An old friend. Lu, who is this? After Miao, Lu pulled Zhuowen onto Uncle Lu's bronze bird. The young man standing on the other bronze bird asked with a tinge of jealousy. Looking at the jealous young man, Miao Lu frowned slightly and said indifferently, Feng Yu, this has nothing to do with you, right? The young man called Feng Yu narrowed his eyes, and a cold light gushed out. This cold light was not directed at Miao Lu, but Zhuowen. Kid, Miao Lu is the princess of our Celestial Empire. Don't be a toad lusting after a swan's meat. If you know what's good for you, you'd better stay away from her. A vicious voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. His gaze landed on Feng Yu indifferently. However, he only glanced at him and did not pay too much attention to him. Feng Yu's cultivation was not very high. He was about 25 years old in the Xuanzuan realm, in the Qing Xian Empire. Those who could reach such a cultivation at such a young age could be crowned as geniuses. Moreover, from the trace of arrogance in Feng Yu's eyes, Zhuowen could guess that Feng Yu's status in the Celestial Empire was not low. However, he did not care at all. It could even be said that he did not place Feng Yu in his eyes. The current Zhuowen already had the strength to kill a second-level martial emperor. Cultivators below the martial emperor realm were indeed not worthy of his attention. Feng Yu also sensed the trace of indifference in Zhuowen's eyes. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. However, he did not make a move. This was the territory of the imperial capital. If they were discovered here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uncle Lu's eyes flashed. He naturally saw through Feng Yu's strange behavior. However, he shook his head. How could he not see through Miao Lu's thoughts? He did not have any feelings for Feng Yu. Feng Yu's pursuit of Miao Lu would only end in failure. However, Uncle Lu was surprised that Miao Lu was so passionate towards this unfamiliar young man. He could even see that Miao Lu's expression towards Zhuowen carried a trace of shyness. This young man, I can't see through him? Uncle Lu carefully sized up Zhuowen. Only then did he discover that even with his current cultivation, he still couldn't see through this young man who was only in his 20s. He couldn't even see through the 5 people that the young man had brought with him. Uncle Lu couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. Could it be that they are all above the golden exalt realm? Uncle Lu could not help but exclaim in his heart. He knew that there were only 2 situations where he could not see through them. The first was that their cultivation was higher than his, and the second was that they were hiding their cultivation. However, seeing that Zhuowen's group did not deliberately hide their auras, it was obvious that they were in the former situation. These people aren't simple. When did Miao LV find them? Uncle Lu took a deep look at Zhuowen's group. Soon after, he blew a loud and clear whistle. Immediately, the bronze bird below his feet let out a cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. In an instant, it had reached a height of over 10,000 miles. Whoosh! Above the clouds, Zhuowen stood quietly on the back of the bird. The whistling wind blew his messy hair and made it dance in the air. This should be the work of Elder Shiwan, right? Zhuowen asked Miao LV, who was beside him, with a smile. Miao LV smiled and said, "It is indeed the work of Elder Shiwan. It is precisely because of Elder Shiwan that the Celestial Empire's military strength is much weaker than the imperial capital's. However, with the origin formation refined by Elder Shiwan, the Celestial Empire has the upper hand in every battle. For the past year, the imperial capital has been unable to do anything to the Celestial Empire." Zhuowen nodded. As an arcanist, he was very clear about the powerful role of an arcanist in a war. If a powerful origin formation was placed on the battlefield, it could easily kill many weak soldiers. No matter how many soldiers there were, they would not be spared. Zhuowen and Miao LV's conversation did not lower their voices. Uncle Lu, who was standing in front of the bronze bird, naturally heard the conversation between the two, especially when he heard Zhuowen mention Elder Shiwan. Uncle Lu was even more certain that this person's identity was definitely not the same. Elder Shiwan's status in the Celestial Empire was equivalent to the heavenly emperor Lu Hantian. He was an extremely revered figure by countless warriors in the Celestial Empire. Looking at Zhuowen's tone, it was as if he was talking about a good friend. Uncle Lu was surprised and doubtful. The speed of the bronze bird was very fast. It was even much faster than Zhuowen, who had 3 pairs of thunder wings. However, the distance between Muqing County and the imperial capital was not short. At this speed, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Zhuowen was not in a hurry. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the back of the bird. Occasionally, he would talk to Miao LV, but most of the time, he was immersed in cultivating the river diagram formation. It was worth noting that Fang Yu, who was on the other bronze bird, would occasionally cast his gaze in Zhuowen's direction. Especially when he saw Miao LV frequently talking to Zhuowen enthusiastically, his expression became colder and colder each time. 2 days later, the bronze bird finally arrived at the capital of Muqing County. Looking down at the unfamiliar yet familiar city from thousands of miles above, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. Back then, his martial path had begun here. It was also here that he had met Lu Hantian, an extremely important brother to him. Revisiting an old place always gave Zhuowen a trace of excitement. The security of the provincial capital was unexpectedly tight. Numerous soldiers wearing heavy armor continuously patrolled the tall city walls. The sound of orderly footsteps continuously resounded in one's ears. That's Lord Lu and the others, as well as Princess Miao LV, have also returned. The soldiers on the city wall immediately noticed the 3 descending bronze birds. Their eyes were filled with respect. The news of Princess Miao Lv's return had already spread throughout the county when Uncle Lu and the other two went to welcome her. As the princess of the Celestial Empire, Miao Lv was both talented and beautiful. Her temperament was unparalleled, and her reputation in the Celestial Empire was quite high. Furthermore, Miao Lv was only 17 or 18 years old, the most beautiful period of a woman's life. It could be said that she had countless suitors in the Celestial Empire. After descending from the sky, Miao Lv pulled Zhuowen and headed straight for the house of Marquis Qin. Ziyang and the other four silently followed behind Zhuowen. Humph! Seeing this scene, Fang Yu coldly snorted, his eyes filled with coldness. Uncle Lu also noticed the displeasure in Fang Yu's eyes. He shook his head and said, "Fang Yu, the young man that Miao Lv brought back is not simple. I advise you not to provoke him. Otherwise, the consequences will not be good." Hearing Uncle Lu's advice, Fang Yu's pupils shrank. The coldness in his eyes grew even more intense as he said, "Uncle Lu, I think you're worrying too much." As he spoke, Fang Yu followed closely behind Miao Lv. Uncle Lu's brows slightly knitted as he shook his head and sighed. How could he not know what Fang Yu was thinking? However, he could not care too much about the matters of young people. "Princess." When they arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the two guards respectfully greeted Miao Lv. Soon after, the group entered the mansion without any obstructions. Big Brother Zhua, Elder Lu, and Elder Xiyuan are currently cultivating in the Yuan Qi Tower. You should wait in the guest hall for a while. I will inform the two of them. They will come out from the Yuan Qi Tower when the time comes. In the hall, after Zhuowen, Ziyang, and the other four sat on chairs, Miao Lv instructed Zhuowen before walking towards the Yuan Qi Tower. "Master, Muqin County is somewhat extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the Yuan Qi Tower should be an emperor weapon. It has been sealed in Muqin County, and even Emperor Qing did not discover it. I'm afraid that it has already been successfully refined by Lu Hantian." Ziyang's eyes flickered as he glanced at the Yuan Qi Tower and whispered to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. In fact, as his cultivation continued to increase, he increasingly felt that the Yuan Qi Tower was extraordinary. It could actually contain a miniature world. This could only be done by an emperor weapon. However, Zhuowen's cultivation was too low, and he had never discovered it. Big Brother Hantian should have discovered the secret of the Yuan Qi Tower long ago. He was waiting for the moment he reached the Emperor realm to completely refine the Yuan Qi Tower into his natal emperor weapon. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. After Miao Lu left, Fang Yu slowly walked in. Beside Fang Yu, there were two youths of similar age. The two youths looked very similar, and they should be close blood brothers. Seeing the two brothers beside Fang Yu, Zhuowen's mouth curved into a smile. These two brothers were no strangers to him. They were the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lv Yongsheng, and the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. They had conflicts with Zhuowen and were taught a lesson by him. "Brother Fang Yu, there's actually someone who dares to deceive our princess, Miao Lv. Is this person tired of living?" Lv Yuanhua purposely shouted loudly the moment he entered the guest hall. His voice was filled with piercing intent. Lv Yongsheng's gaze was cold and gloomy as his attention landed on Zhuowen and the other five seated in the hall. "Ha ha, Brother Yongsheng, Brother Yuanhua, I won't lie to you about this matter. I don't know what method this brat used to make Princess Miao Lv take the initiative to hold his hand. Apart from deceit, I really can't think of any other method to make the princess go to such an extent. Furthermore, this person's purpose in coming here isn't pure. I suspect that this person is very likely a spy from the imperial capital." Fang Yu smiled faintly. His voice was a little loud, but after he finished speaking, he found that the atmosphere was a little strange. This was because he found that LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua, who were originally standing beside him with an overbearing aura, were silent at the same time. When his gaze fell on LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua, he found that the two of them were staring straight at Zhuowen. Their gazes were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Just when Fang Yu was curious about the two's reaction, Zhuowen slowly stood up and said to LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua with a smile, "Brother Yongsheng, brother Yuanhua, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? You know each other?" Hearing Zhuowen's greeting, Fang Yu was startled. Soon after, he asked LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua in surprise. LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua didn't pay attention to Fang Yu at all. Recalling the rumors about Zhuowen, the two brothers immediately had a warm smile on their faces. They went up to him, nodded and bowed, and said with a smile, "So, it's Brother Zhuo. Why didn't you tell us that you were coming back?" Chapter 1157. Goodbye. Lu Hanti on this, seeing that LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua were actually showing a warm expression towards Zhuowen, Fang Yu finally realized that something was wrong. She asked the two of them, "What's going on with the two of you?" Seeing Fang Yu continue to ask, LV Yongsheng replied somewhat strangely, "Brother Fang, this is Zhuowen, the one who killed the 5 great Empyreans of the Qingxian royal family and fought with the Qing emperor." After answering Fang Yu's question, the two brothers no longer paid attention to the slightly stunned Fang Yu. Zhuowen was different from the past. 2 years ago, he already had the strength to kill an Empyrean. Today, 2 years later, he was probably even stronger. He was a peerless monster that they could not afford to offend. The two brothers even blamed Fang Yu for instigating them to deal with Zhuowen. Facing the warm greetings of the two brothers, LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua, Zhuowen responded to them one by one with a smile. Right now, the height that Zhuowen stood at was already beyond the reach of the two of them, so Zhuowen did not take some of the past grudges to heart. "Brother Zhuo, where is my big brother now?" After chatting for a while, LV Yongsheng asked with an embarrassed smile, "Don't worry, the place where Brother LV is at is very safe." Zhuowen did not answer directly, but instead gave an ambiguous answer. LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had been brought into the Azure Dragon Hall by him long ago. With the environment of the Azure Dragon Hall and their talent, their cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, the Zhuo family was also in the Azure Dragon Hall. In fact, what Zhuowen was looking forward to was that among the members of the Zhuo family, there would be someone who, under the catalysis of the Azure Dragon's origin, would give birth to a powerful existence like the Dragon Soul. Even if it was a low-quality Dragon Soul, it would still be much stronger than an ordinary armor soul. After the matters of the Qingxian Empire are settled, it's time to break into the Azure Dragon Hall again. Zhuowen whispered in his heart. The Azure Dragon Hall had the inheritance of a saint, and the entire Azure Dragon Hall was a sacred artifact. If Zhuowen could completely control the Azure Dragon Hall, then he would undoubtedly have endless resources. And Zhuowen could also rely on the Azure Dragon Hall to develop his own power. However, Zhuowen also knew that since the Azure Dragon Hall was a saint artifact, it would not be easy to completely control the former. However, one had to walk the path step by step. Controlling the Azure Dragon Hall could not be rushed. Seeing that Zhuowen's answer was somewhat ambiguous, LV Yongsheng and LV Yuanhua looked at each other. They both knew that Zhuowen didn't want to reveal LV Yitao's location, although the two brothers were somewhat worried about LV Yitao. Since Zhuowen refused to say, they couldn't do anything about it. As for LV Yitao's safety, the two of them were not worried. Zhuowen and LV Yitao's relationship was quite good. Zhuowen should not go so far as to harm the latter. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 3 figures landed in the courtyard outside the reception hall. An unparalleled aura swept out, causing the atmosphere in the reception hall to stagnate. Sky Emperor, Master Xiyuan, LV Yongsheng, LV Yuanhua, and Fang Yu all turned around when they felt the fierce aura. When they saw the 3 figures that had suddenly appeared in the courtyard, they were stunned at first, but soon after, they clasped their hands together and greeted respectfully. Zhuowen slowly raised his head. His eyes focused on the disheveled and slightly sloppy figure in front of him, as well as the old man in a long black robe beside him. A rare look of excitement appeared in his eyes. LV Hantian and Elder Xiyuan ignored Fang Yu and the other 2. Their eyes were also fixed on Zhuowen. After looking at each other for about 5 breaths, LV Hantian suddenly laughed out loud. He stepped into the reception hall and came before Zhuowen. He sized up Zhuowen and placed his hands on Zhuowen's shoulders excitedly. "Good boy. After not seeing you for 2 years, you have grown a lot stronger. Your face is also much more handsome than before. Of course, don't be too proud. Compared to your big brother, your looks are still lacking." Hearing LV Hantian's narcissistic words, Zhuowen rolled his eyes, but he felt a warm current in his heart. The excitement in LV Hantian's eyes was from the bottom of his heart, and it was not fake. The former was sincerely happy to see him. "Zhuowen, it's good that you are back. It's good that you are back." Elder Xiyuan was also excited. However, he was obviously at a loss for words. In the end, he could only squeeze out such a sentence. Seeing that the 2 highest-ranking commanders of the Celestial Empire actually showed such enthusiasm towards Zhuowen, Fang Yu was completely silent. There was a trace of lingering fear in his eyes. Fortunately, he did not directly find trouble with Zhuowen. Otherwise, his fate would be unimaginable. "Big brother, Elder Xiyuan," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his tone. "Zhuowen, after not seeing you for 2 years, your progress is really great. You have actually reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm." After the excitement, LV Hantian also felt the vast aura in Zhuowen's body at this moment and could not help but be surprised. LV Yongsheng and the other 2 on the side could not help but tremble violently when they heard this. They looked at Zhuowen with a trace of admiration in their eyes. Zhuowen was only about 22 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. This kind of cultivation speed was really something that they could not catch up to. Zhuowen nodded, tacitly agreeing with LV Hantian's words. A first-level Emperor Realm Warrior. For peak Heavenly Master Realm Warriors. "Zhuowen, these 5 are your companions." At the same time, LV Hantian discovered that Xiang and the other 4 had the same terrifying aura. In particular, Xiang's body faintly revealed an Emperor's aura. This was a genuine Emperor Realm Warrior. "The 5 of us are not Master's companions, but Master's servants." Xiang quickly corrected him. "Servants." After Xiang's explanation, the atmosphere in the entire reception hall was slightly stagnant. Not only LV Hantian and Elder Xiyuan, but even Fang Yu and the other 2, as well as Miao Lu, who was standing behind, were all stunned. This must be a joke. 1 Emperor Realm Warrior for peak Heavenly Master experts. This was an extremely terrifying force. However, they were merely Zhuowen's servants. How did Zhuowen subdue 5 such powerful warriors? Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted a message to LV Hantian and Elder Xiyuan, explaining the identities of Xiang and the other 4. Immediately, LV Hantian and Elder Xiyuan looked at Xiang and the other 4 with strange gazes. Now, Xiang and the other four had completely changed their appearances due to the reconstruction of their physical bodies. Even if Emperor Qing were to come in person, he would not be able to recognize that the five of them were once his subordinates. The three of you can leave first. I still have some matters to discuss with Zhuowen. LV Hantian suddenly instructed Fang Yu and the other two. The three of them did not dare to refute. They bowed and slowly left the reception hall. Miao Lu, on the other hand, stayed in the hall at Zhuowen's request. Zhuowen, tell me about your experiences in the past 2 years. When we heard that you had entered the space-time turbulence, we all thought that you might die. LV Hantian asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. Zhuowen nodded and immediately recounted everything that had happened in the past 2 years, from the Yanxian Empire to the desolate ancient city, then joining the Jiaxun Academy, and some of the things that had happened in the Sea of Bitterness. Hearing Zhuowen's narration, LV Hantian and Elder Shiwan revealed a strange expression. Miao Lu looked at Zhuowen with a faint trace of pity in her eyes. Although Zhuowen's tone was extremely calm and his narration was very simple, she could still infer how difficult Zhuowen's days were from those words. After listening to Zhuowen's narration, LV Hantian and Elder Shiwan could not help but sigh. They could not imagine how Zhuowen had managed to walk down that path. His willpower was indeed worthy of their admiration. Zhuowen, from what you said, you should have met Master Mu Feng after joining the Inner Academy, right? Have you also obtained the thousandfold fossil? Elder Shi Yuan's eyes lit up as he asked Zhuowen. I have indeed obtained the thousandfold fossil. This time, I came back to ask Elder Shi Yuan how to completely merge the 9 types of earth fire into the heavenly fire. Moreover, I only have 8 types of earth fire and am still missing one. I wonder if Elder Shi Yuan has any other earth fire? Zhuowen asked somewhat urgently. Elder Shi Yuan sighed and said, the younger generation will surpass us in time. I did not expect Master Mu Feng to be so easy to talk to. He actually told you about the thousandfold fossil so easily. Back then, when I asked him about it, he directly threw me out. The corner of Elder Shi Yuan's mouth twitched as he thought of the unbearable past. He did not continue speaking but looked at Zhuowen with bright eyes and said, back then, I also found 9 types of earth fire. However, I failed to merge them. The failed flame has been suppressed and sealed by me. As for the earth fire, I still have 1 type. However, Zhuowen, after you merge the heavenly fire, can you give me the remaining thousandfold fossil? At that moment, Elder Shi Yuan looked at Zhuowen with some hope in his eyes. Zhuowen knew that Elder Shi Yuan should be planning to use the remaining thousandfold fossil to merge the failed flame again, hoping to merge it into the heavenly fire. If Elder Shi Yuan can help me merge the heavenly fire successfully, why not give the remaining thousandfold fossil to Elder Shi Yuan? Zhuowen smiled. The thousandfold fossil was only useful to him in forming the heavenly fire. If he could merge the heavenly fire, and there was still some left, Zhuowen naturally did not mind giving it to Elder Shi Yuan. After receiving Zhuowen's promise, Elder Shi Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement, and he looked at Zhuowen with even more gratitude. After chatting for a while, Zhuowen suddenly said seriously, Brother Lu, I think you should know the purpose of my return, right? Upon hearing that, Lu Hantian's face became serious, and he said, Are you going to settle the score with Emperor Qing? Yes. Zhuowen nodded. Chapter 1158. By Furong, how many forces? Zhuowen frowned slightly. If what Lu Hantian said was true, then Emperor Qing really needed to be on guard. After all, Emperor Qing was another outer elder of the Azure Dragon main hall, which made Zhuowen quite wary of him. You know which forces they are? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Lu Hantian shook his head and said, "Those forces are extremely secretive. We haven't been able to find any details about them. I think it won't be long before Emperor Qin launches a general attack on our celestial empire. He won't let the celestial empire continue to develop. It seems that we don't have much time. During this time, I will prepare to integrate the heavenly fire with Elder Shiyuan and set up the necessary 6th grade origin formation. I hope that we can completely set up the origin formation needed for this war before Emperor Qin takes action." Zhuowen said in a deep voice. 6th grade origin formation? Zhuowen, your mind power has also reached 6th grade origin formation? Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan stared at Zhuowen and asked in unison. They stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not expect their reactions to be so big. He scratched his head and said, "I was lucky to have a breakthrough in the outer court of Jiaxin College." Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the two were speechless. This boy was really unpredictable. There were only a few people in the Eastern Land who could reach 6th grade origin formation at such a young age. What was even more incredible was that this boy's martial arts had also reached the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Both origin power and mind power could reach such a terrifying level. It had to be said that Zhuowen was a freak. Good. Zhuowen, you are also a 6th grade Arcana Master. You will be of great help to me this time. Maybe the Celestial Empire will really be on our side in this war. Elder Shiyuan's face was flushed. He looked at Zhuowen excitedly and praised him. "Let's go. Let's enter the Origin Formation Tower first. The Origin Formation Tower is much richer than the outside world. It is also very spacious. It is just right for the two of you to study the Origin Formation Tower and integrate the heavenly fire." Lu Hantian laughed and waved his sleeve, leading Zhuowen, Elder Shiyuan, Miao, Ziyang, and the others toward the Origin Formation Tower. This Origin Formation Tower is tower. Is tower. Is tower is tower is there. It is tower. A tower is tower is tower is tower is tower is tower. When they approached the Origin Formation Tower, Xiao Hei's surprised voice sounded. Zhuowen nodded. He had more experience than Lu Hantian. The Emperor's aura emitted by the Origin Formation Tower was indeed very powerful. It should be around a mid-grade Emperor artifact, and its aura was even stronger than Azura's Jade Fate Bow. The Origin Formation Tower had been refined by Lu Hantian into a Life Emperor artifact. Therefore, he only needed to use his mind to easily bring Zhuowen and the others into the Origin Formation Tower. This is the 4th floor of the Origin Formation Tower. Looking at the barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see, as well as the scattered ruins in the distance, Zhuowen recognized at a glance that this was the 4th floor of the Yuanqi Tower. Those ruins were the ruins of sects that had been established on the 4th floor of the Yuanqi Tower in ancient times. Arriving at the ruins, Lu Hantian led the group to a brand new ring-shaped building. There were many pavilions in this building. Zhuowen knew that this building should be Lu Hantian's residence. Fortunately, this building occupied a large area. It was no problem for nearly 100 people to stay here. Therefore, it was more than enough for Zhuowen and his group to stay here. Moreover, the Yuan Qi on the 4th floor of the Essence Qi Tower was extremely dense. It was indeed a good place for seclusion. After settling Zhuowen and the others, Lu Hantian called out Zhuowen and Elder Shiyuan. Immediately, he said in a serious tone, "The two of you need to fuse with the heavenly fire. I have chosen a sealed room for you. When the time comes, I will stand guard outside. If there are any unexpected situations, immediately summon me." Zhuowen and Elder Shiyuan both nodded. Immediately, Lu Hantian led the two to the secret room he mentioned. The secret room was extremely spacious and the surroundings were made of hard granite. Even the door leading to the outside world was an extremely thick stone door. It could be seen that this secret room was extremely suitable for fusing with the heavenly fire. After all, the heavenly fire was a mysterious item, and its destructive power was extremely terrifying. If the defensive measures were not taken well, it would be easy to set oneself on fire. The two of you be careful. I will stand guard outside. Remember, if there are any changes, you must inform me. Lu Hantian gave a few more instructions and left the stone door. The heavenly fire was a mysterious item, and it was much more terrifying than the earth fire. It was no wonder that Lu Hantian was so cautious. After the stone door closed, Elder Shiwan solemnly asked Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, are you ready?" "Of course." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. "Take out all the earth fire in your body," Elder Shiwan said, without batting an eyelid. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen nodded slightly and stomped his feet. Suddenly, a colorful earth fire burst out from his body. In an instant, the temperature of the stone room rose to an extremely terrifying level. 3,000 green lotus flame, 9 heaven thunder inferno flame, star flame, crimson flame, 9 nether cold flame, purple cloud from the east, sun fire, and golden phoenix flame. 8 types of earth fire with extremely terrifying temperatures surrounded Zhuowen's body. The surging flames shone on Zhuowen's face, making him look even more sacred. Elder Shiwan looked at the 8 types of earth fire surrounding Zhuowen, and his eyes were filled with astonishment, especially the sun fire and golden phoenix flame. The power of these 2 types of flames vaguely surpassed that of the earth fire. However, there was still a large gap between them and the heavenly fire. Other than these 2 types of flames, the other 6 types of earth fire were not weak either. At least, they were of a much higher quality than the 9 types of earth fire that Elder Shiwan had used previously. Zhuowen, the 8 types of earth fire in your body are of a very high quality. If the fusion fails, the flames that will be produced will be even more terrifying than the flames that I used previously. You have to be mentally prepared. Elder Shiwan said cautiously. When Zhuowen heard what Elder Shiwan had said, his eyes became extremely solemn. Even Elder Shiwan was being so cautious, he had to take this seriously. After taking a deep breath, Zhuowen flicked his right finger and took out the blood crystal source, which was the 1,000-fold fossil. He said in a deep voice, "Elder, let's begin." Elder Shiwan nodded and said, "Use the flame fusion art to fuse the 8 types of earth fire together." When Zhuowen heard what Elder Shiwan had said, he did not hesitate. A huge amount of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace. He then used the flame fusion art. The invisible mental strength was like a huge hand, grabbing the 8 types of earth fire and slowly approaching them. At the same time, a strange hissing sound was heard during the fusion of the earth fire. From time to time, there were colorful sparks. Fuse, Zhuowen said indifferently. Soon after, the 8 types of earth flames abruptly merged together. In an instant, the flickering flames of 8 different colors slowly merged into one. In the end, they formed a ball of flames that flickered with 8 different colors. The moment the 8 types of earth fire merged, the temperature in the stone room reached an unprecedented level. Even Zhuowen felt that his entire body was burning. Looking at the 8 types of earth fire that had merged, Elder Shiwan's eyes narrowed. He reached out his skinny right hand, and a white flame flew out from his sleeve. The shape of the flame was like a hibiscus flower. This flame is called Bai Fu Rong. Among the many types of earth fire, it is considered one of the more average types of earth fire. This is the most crucial step. I hope that the fusion of the heavenly fire will succeed. Muttering softly, Elder Yuan slowly brought by Fu Rong closer to the 8-colored ball of flame. The originally quiet 8-colored ball of flame actually began to go berserk as Bai Fu Rong approached it. The temperature also suddenly increased by a great deal. Zhuowen, activate the power of the thousandfold fossil. The massacre origin in it can restrain the berserk energy in the flame and achieve the effect of using violence to curb violence. Elder Shiwan quickly shouted at Zhuowen. Hearing that, Zhuowen also quickly activated the thousandfold fossil in his hand. Immediately, an extremely berserk massacre aura surged out and turned into blood-colored energy. It slowly enveloped the 8-colored ball of flame, and by Fu Rong, boom, boom, boom. The moment the blood-colored energy enveloped them, the 8-colored ball of flame and by Fu Rong finally merged into one. However, this was not the end. The moment they merged into one, Zhuowen clearly sensed that there were continuous explosions coming from the blood-colored energy. It was as if a terrifying chain of explosions had occurred in the blood-colored energy. Elder Shiwan. Zhuowen looked at Elder Shiwan and asked. Elder Shiwan narrowed his eyes and said excitedly, "Pay attention to controlling the energy output of the thousandfold fossil. If there are no accidents, in 3 days we might be able to merge into the true heavenly fire." Hearing Elder Shiwan say this, Zhuowen nodded in agreement. He silently controlled the energy output of the thousandfold fossil, but his gaze was fixed on the ball of blood-colored energy in the sky. Time passed slowly. For 3 days, Zhuowen had been staring at the changes in the ball of blood-colored energy. In these 3 days, the thousandfold fossil's size gradually decreased. Clearly, if all the massacre aura in the thousandfold fossil was squandered away, the thousandfold fossil would eventually dissipate. However, after 3 days, the explosions in the blood-colored energy had weakened a lot. It had even disappeared. Did it succeed? Zhuowen whispered excitedly. I think it should have succeeded. However, we still have to be careful. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, the power released is extremely terrifying. Elder Shiwan said solemnly. Then he unleashed his powerful mental energy and set up a thick mental energy wall in front of him. Zhuowen nodded his head and followed Elder Shiwan's example. After setting up layers of defense in front of him, he began to slowly lift the blood-colored energy above him. Boom. Chapter 1159. 9 Flames Karmic Fire Boom. 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 Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Zhuowen and Elder Shiwan took a few steps back. The entire stone room shook violently under the terrifying shockwaves. It's so hot. The temperature in the stone room was rapidly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhuowen even discovered that the granite walls of the stone room were showing signs of melting. What kind of temperature was needed to melt such a solid rock like granite? Is this the heavenly flame? At that moment, Elder Shiwan retreated to Zhuowen's side. He lifted his head and looked at the sky in the middle of the stone room. There, a 9-colored flame was suspended in midair. The high temperature caused Zhuowen and Elder Shiwan to squint their eyes. Looks like it's a success. Elder Shiwan and Zhuowen looked at each other and smiled. Zhuowen, you merged with the heavenly flame. Why don't you try to subdue it? Elder Shiwan smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and slowly approached the 9-colored flame. As he got closer to the flame, Zhuowen realized that the temperature was getting more and more terrifying. Zhuowen's skin was almost burnt by the high temperature. What a terrifying temperature! Feeling the high temperature from his skin, Zhuowen's heart trembled. When he was about 10 meters away from the 9-colored flame, Zhuowen's skin was charred, and his blood felt like it had dried up. Nirvana of the great sun. Zhuo-Wen knew that if he did not use a body-refining technique like the nirvana of the great sun, it would be difficult for him to get close to the nine-colored flame. Golden light covered Zhuo-Wen's entire body, shrouding him in the golden light. Then, for heads and 8 arms grew. After using the nirvana of the great sun, Zhuo-Wen's condition improved. He took a step forward and came before the nine-colored flame. The heavenly flame. Zhuo-Wen stretched out an arm and took the nine-colored flame. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He knew that with the heavenly flame, the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body would no longer be a problem. After all, the nine-colored flame was merged by Zhuo-Wen. In theory, Zhuo-Wen was its master. Hence, the nine-colored flame did not resist Zhuo-Wen's approach. Zhuo-Wen, give the nine-colored flame a name. After all, it is a man-made heavenly flame. It doesn't have a name. Elder Shiwan, who was standing at the edge of the stone room, said to Zhuo-Wen with a smile. Zhuo-Wen nodded. His eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "This heavenly flame is formed from the fusion of 9 earthly flames. Let's name it the 9 Flames Karmic Flame. 9 Fire? That's a good name. Let's call it the 9 Flames Karmic Fire, then." Elder Shiwan nodded and smiled. While Zhuo-Wen was immersed in the joy of obtaining the heavenly flame, Xiaohei's voice was suddenly transmitted. "Kid, didn't you feel that when you approached the heavenly flame, the nirvana of the great sun in your body was frantically operating?" After hearing Xiaohei's reminder, Zhuo-Wen noticed that the golden glow on the surface of his body was becoming more and more intense. The Buddhist power in his body was constantly circulating at a jaw-dropping speed. Could it be because of the 9 fire? Zhuo-Wen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. A body-refining technique like the nirvana of the great sun is meant to be reborn from the flames. The stronger the flame, the more effective it is for the cultivation of the nirvana of the great sun, kid. You have been stuck at the 4th level of the nirvana of the great sun for a long time. I feel that if you borrow the power of the 9 fire, you should be able to raise the nirvana of the great sun to the 5th level of immortality. Xiaohei's voice slowly rang in Zhuo-Wen's mind, causing Zhuo-Wen's eyes to suddenly brighten. Immediately, Zhuo-Wen turned his head and said to Elder Shiwan, "Elder Shiwan, I suddenly had an epiphany and planned to go into seclusion here for a period of time. I hope that you will not disturb me. Here are the remaining 1,000-fold fossils. Take them." Elder Shiwan was stunned. He happily took the 1,000-fold fossils and nodded his head. "Since you seem to have an epiphany, I will not disturb you. I will leave first." As he spoke, Elder Shiwan opened the stone door and left the stone room. When the stone door was closed again, Zhuo-Wen silently sat cross-legged in the stone room. Then he stared at the 9 fire that was constantly changing color in his palm and muttered softly, "I hope that the nirvana of the great sun can really break through to the last step." As he spoke, Zhuo-Wen's thoughts moved and the 9 fire surged out. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with the 9 fire. Zhuo-Wen sat cross-legged in the sea of fire, and Buddhist power surged around him. At the same time, a Buddha eye appeared between his eyebrows, and an ancient Buddha shadow appeared above his head. Outside the stone room, Lu Hantian also noticed Elder Shiwan walking out. He took a step forward and asked Elder Shiwan, "Shiwan, how is it? Did you succeed?" Elder Shiwan chuckled and said, "Of course, it was a success. The effect of the 1,000-fold stone was far beyond my imagination. It was so easy to suppress the violent energy of the 9 types of earth fire and successfully merge them together to form the heavenly fire. It actually succeeded. Then where's Zhuo-Wen? Why isn't he coming out?" Lu Hantian was overjoyed at first. Then he looked at the tightly shut stone door and asked curiously. Zhuo-Wen said that he has comprehended something and intends to go into seclusion for a period of time, Elder Xiwan said. Hearing that, Lu Hantian nodded. Since Zhuowen intended to go into seclusion, he naturally could not force Zhuowen to come out. In the imperial capital, in the throne room, the Azure Emperor stood silently in the dimly lit main hall. Other than the Azure Emperor, there were two groups of people in the main hall. These two groups of people each had their own masters and did not seem to be from the same force. Azure Emperor, you said that the murderer of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Zhuowen, and the Azure Emperor has returned to the Qing Xian Empire. Where is he now? A middle-aged man with short blue hair and a majestic aura stepped out from the group on the left and looked at the Azure Emperor with a slightly unfriendly gaze. Yun Zhongjuan, you don't have to be so agitated. If I'm not wrong, Zhuowen should be in the Celestial Empire, which is the rebel army led by Lu Hantian and Shi Yuan. Because Zhuowen and Lu Hantian are close friends, if he returns to the Qing Xian Empire, he will definitely seek refuge with the Celestial Empire, the Azure Emperor said unhurriedly. The middle-aged man named Yun Zhongjuan snorted and said, Azure Emperor, you wouldn't make up a lie to get us to deal with the rebel army for you, right? The Azure Emperor shook his head and said, I'm not lying about this. I think all of you only need to go to the Excellent Spirit Island to inquire, and you'll know that Zhuowen has already left the Excellent Spirit Island. The Emperor's tomb in the Bitter Sea is about to open. There's only one reason for him to leave at this time, and that is to return to the Qing Xian Empire to take revenge on me. What the Azure Emperor said makes sense. Yun Zhongjuan, if you think that the Azure Emperor is lying to you, you can scram back to the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The leader of the group on the right said mockingly as he stared at Yun Zhongjuan. This person didn't look old, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. A unique, majestic aura exuded from him, causing the entire throne room to tremble. Sage Jin, your Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Holy Lord didn't come and sent you instead. Obviously, your Holy Lord doesn't attach much importance to this operation. Your Yaoguang Holy Dynasty is more miserable than me. Even your third prince was killed by Zhuowen. It seems like your Holy Lord has a heart of stone, Yun Zhongjuan said with a cold smile. Sage Jin narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Yun Zhongjuan, although you're the Holy Lord of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, you're only a third-level martial emperor like me. What kind of existence is the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Holy Lord? He's already a mid-level martial emperor. Why would he come to such a small place to deal with a junior? Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were extremely gloomy. The sarcasm in Sage Jin's words was extremely strong, but when he thought of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's Holy Lord, he was speechless. Yun Zhongjuan was only a third-level martial emperor, but the Yaoguang Holy Lord had already reached the fourth-level martial emperor realm. This was why the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was the strongest among the four holy dynasties. Everyone, there's no need to argue. Qingji dares to guarantee that Zhuowen must be in the Heavenly Empire. This time, we're joining forces to attack the Heavenly Empire. If Zhuowen isn't in the Heavenly Empire, Qingji is willing to apologize with my life. What do you think? Emperor Qing said with a faint smile. Hearing Emperor Qing's solemn promise, Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin's expressions froze. Then they looked deeply at Emperor Qing, who was smiling. Emperor Qing, you're too serious. After all, you're an outer elder of the Azure Dragon Main Palace. Even if Zhuowen isn't in the Heavenly Empire this time, we won't blame you, Sage Jin said with a chuckle. Jin Sheng is right. If it weren't for Elder Qingji, we wouldn't even know where Zhuowen was, Yun Zhongjuan said as he shook his head. The anger in his heart had also subsided. Emperor Qing smiled faintly. He didn't take their words to heart. he said with a faint smile. Now, let's discuss the plan to attack the Heavenly Empire. Lu Hantian and the others were completely unaware of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's participation. At this time, Lu Hantian was still sitting quietly outside the stone door, waiting for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion. He had a feeling that after Zhuowen came out of seclusion, there was a high possibility that there would be a transformation. Senior Hantian, it's been 7 days. Big brother, Zhuo hasn't come out yet. Miao Lu, who was dressed in an emerald green dress, slowly walked to the stone door. Her beautiful eyes stared at the stone door as she asked, with a little disappointment, "A cultivator's seclusion usually takes a long time. It's not that fast. Little girl, I see that you come to see Zhuowen every day. Have you taken a fancy to my brother? If you do, tell me. I'll be your matchmaker." Lu Hantian said, casually. Then he looked at Miao Lu with a slightly mischievous gaze, causing the latter to blush. She stomped her feet and said coquettishly, "Senior Hantian, you're talking nonsense." "I don't think so. Hee hee. If you don't think so, why are you blushing?" Lu Hantian said with a smile, "You humph. I'm ignoring you.